Go. Good evening. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2023 and as amended as of March 28, 2025, this meeting will be conducted in person and as a courtesy via remote means in accordance with applicable law. Please note that while an option for remote attendance and/or participation is being provided as a courtesy to the public and board members, the meeting/hearing will not be suspended or terminated if technological problems interrupt the virtual broadcast, unless required by law. This meeting will be recorded by the local scene, formerly known as pac-tv. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so by viewing the Duxbury Government Access channels, Verizon 39 or Comcast 9. Viewers can visit the localscene.media/Duxbury for information about Duxbury programming, including streaming and watching replays on Duxbury YouTube. I am calling the Monday, July 6, 2026 meeting of the Select Board to order. First item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item on the agenda is open forum. I'll open it up to the board members first.
Could I let you, I know you'll probably have a big thank you for the parade committee, so why don't you do that?
Okay, I would like to thank the parade committee. It was a successful July 4th celebration, not without its glitches. I think there was a surprise planned, but unfortunately the band that they had slated to come, something happened and wasn't able to get there. But all that being said, it was a wonderful occasion. I want to thank the parade committee, all the town departments, the police, fire, volunteers, the marchers, and especially the residents. You know, without people lining the parade route, it wouldn't be, it wouldn't be what it is. So thank you for that. I'll just keep going. I wanted to thank Ken Sweezy for presenting to the town a historically accurate replica of the 1776 printing of the Declaration of Independence. It was a very nice gesture. Brian and his daughter Sarah were able to accompany me in accepting the gift on behalf of the town. Brian was so kind to go out and get it framed. The paper it's super cool. It's actually the old paper, and Sarah did a amazing job bedazzling the frame and the
bedazzling.
Bedazzling. Oh, she decorated it all, and it was the end finished product was at the parade. Went in the car with.
It originally went with Mike Thorpe, but Gary Smith ended up carrying it the whole way.
And showing it to folks that wanted to see it. So it was a big success, so we thank everyone that was involved in that. And then on a sadder note, I just want to send, on behalf of the town, our sincere and heartfelt condolences to the Merlin family. Our thoughts and prayers are with them during this very difficult time. So that being said, anything under open forum, Cindy?
Just one thing, it's going to be an announcement later, but I wanted to thank Jen Whedon, who's resigning from her position on the school committee. I thank you for her service.
Thank you. Fernando?
Thank you.
I'll let Brian go.
Just a couple of things, just to follow up on one thing you mentioned, Amy. Just thanks to the Duxbury American Legion for taking the replica down the parade route. And I did want to shout out Gary Smith. That was a hot and humid day to be carrying a frame with a replica document in it. And I think many of you know Gary from youth football in town. Did a terrific job. Thanks to the Legion, and thanks Gary in particular. Just a couple of other things. One, on June 30, the chair, Amy, and I met with members of Livable Duxbury, the Housing Trust Planning Board, and the Planning Director to discuss opportunities for the Livable Duxbury Group to support the implementation of elements of the town's comprehensive plan. It was a very productive meeting, and I'm excited about the energy and momentum behind it. Just wanted to thank everyone who participated, especially all who will take part in the work to come. And then finally, during the American Legion's Touch a Truck event on June 27th, I met a young man named Patrick McLeod, an Eagle Scout who was a volunteer at the event. Patrick shared with me that he watches all of our meetings, so I'd like to shout out from Town Hall, Patrick, I know you're watching. What camera am I on, Zach? Patrick, hello. Thanks for being an informed and engaged citizen. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Probably see him on a ballot someday.
One
I
night
hope
he's
so.
not on.
Anyone from the public?
Before we go to the, I just have one thing.
Absolutely, please.
In approximately 1 hour and a half, the United States men's team will be facing Belgium for the quarterfinals in the World Cup. And on behalf of the Select Board, I'm sure, we wish the U.S. men's teams all the best of luck and a brave victory
Hear, hear.
over the Belgians and advance to the quarterfinals.
And
Well
with this
put, Brandon.
agenda, you don't have a prayer of getting home for us.
That's why he brought his laptop.
We can try.
If I look at my screen a bit too often, maybe
Oh,
I'll
yeah, well, give us some, yeah.
Just
okay.
let me
Keep us
go over your
posted.
shoulder.
Right.
Anyone from the public, anything under open forum?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Oh, please go
Hey,
to the
Matt.
podium. Hi, Matt.
I don't know if this is on. Is this, can you guys
It
hear
is,
me?
it's for the
Okay.
people, it's for the people at home. We can
Okay.
actually just hear
All
you.
right,
and-
great. Matt Gambino, Mayflower Street School Committee. I'm speaking here just tonight because while Jen Whedon's formal resignation from the school committee is listed on tonight's agenda, the application and the joint interview process is not. So just out of respect for your folks' time, I wanted to front-load the school committee's recommended framework now, just so that the select board can discuss and hopefully approve these next steps when you reach the resignation section later this evening. The school committee met on July 2nd to map out a timeline to fill the interim seat. I emailed it to you last week alongside a draft notice of vacancy and invitation to apply. I have copies of it here if it's not in your packet. But in brief, the school committee recommends the following timeline. August 5th would be the deadline for applications to be submitted to the town clerk. August 10th would be the simultaneous public and board release of the applicant packet, distributed when the official meeting agenda is posted. And then August 17th would be the joint public meeting between the select board and the school committee to interview the candidates and vote on the interim appointment. So when you reach the resignations portion of your agenda tonight, I would just ask that the select board take a few minutes to review this proposed framework. If we can finalize it tonight, it'll allow us to immediately post the invitation to apply and give our residents ample time to prepare their materials. Thank you. Do you have the paperwork in your packet that I had sent you over email?
I've seen it. Randy, could you speak to
Well,
that? Have
in the
some
event you
board
don't, I
members
just have-
received?
Thank you, Matt.
If you don't need it. Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
The real question here is, can we schedule it on the 17th? And yes, we can.
Okay, I
Here.
am not sure I'm here, but that's okay. There's plenty of board members here, I think. Please, everybody, if you're not going to be available, make sure
I'll be here.
Ashley knows your schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else under open forum? Anyone online, Ashley, with their hand up? Okay. Moving on, we have a big agenda tonight, so we're going to try to plow through here. So first item is a discussion pertaining to engineering peer review in regards to a study prepared by Dr. Dan Tingley, Wood Research and Development on the Powder Point Bridge. And this is being presented to us tonight by Charles Barnes and Paul Schumann, who is from Simpson, Gumbert, and Heger.
Gumpertz and Hager.
Okay, and
Yes.
these are consulting engineers, or is this?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep, okay.
And
They usually- It's usually
SGH.
SGH, so that's why I'm stumbling on it, because I've never known the real deal.
Quite right.
Okay.
And
Hi.
Chuck is
Hi,
here.
I'm Chuck Barnes. Paul Schumann is in Colorado right now, so I think he should be one of the people that are, there he is, down at the bottom. I guess we'll do a little bit of coordination of next slide type of thing. But we basically want to give you an update on our response to Dr. Tingley's report. He presented in great detail his findings 3 weeks ago, on the 15th. We've had a chance to look through his report. We've come up with some responses and some information that we think is going to be useful to the town if you decide that you might want to pursue that direction. So just a brief orientation. Several presentations recently have talked about the background of the bridge. I think I'm only going to hit the highlights just in case somebody here isn't familiar with them. The meat of the thing probably is going to be reviewing his report. We were asked to provide our responses, so we presented the town. Probably shouldn't even use past tense because it was only a couple hours ago, but we presented the town with a written report. A lot more detail in that written report than I'm going to give here. And then we are going to outline some concerns we have and some questions we have about his findings, and then give a little more information about what you might want to consider when you're thinking about comparing costs and comparing benefits and costs. I'm going to try to be very short. The report is there if you want it. I assume it will be made available to anybody who wants it.
It's actually posted on the town's website as of 5 o'clock this afternoon.
As are fast. So I'm going to be available to answer any questions, but I'm probably going to just hit the highlights in this presentation. So first, kind of just a short, simple, clear executive summary. The town is going to need to decide whether to pursue a replacement bridge from MassDOT, or whether to explore the idea of having a major renovation of the existing Powder Point Bridge paid for by the town. We want to focus our presentation tonight on the things that we think are most important for making those decisions. So, as I'll say several times in the future, we agree with Dr. Tingley about a lot of stuff. We're not going to spend any time talking about the stuff we agree on. So, if this presentation seems a little too critical, it's because there's a whole bunch of stuff that we're just not going to talk about tonight because it doesn't impact your decision. We think that we're kind of uniquely in place to give you an unbiased opinion on the pros and cons of each option. And, you know, this is another thing I'll say several times. We have no dog in this fight. We don't prefer the MassDOT bridge. We don't prefer the timber restoration. We're just trying to give you some information so you guys can make that decision. So very briefly, I just wanted to update everybody on this. You've got a wooden bridge that is has 555 piles in it. It's about 2,200 feet long. There's a lot of timber out there. The wood deck is what you drive on. Those are 3x decking on top of timber stringers that run along the traffic length. And then every bent, you have a pier cap that is supported by 5 piles. And those piles are the wooden columns that go down through the water into the mud below. Most of those bents have braces, and I think that's really all I need to say. You have a vehicular and pedestrian guard that is definitely not up to current code, but it's there. You have a sidewalk on one side and not on the other, and I think I think we'll stick with that. I think everybody kind of by now kind of has a feel for what we're looking at. What's the next one? The history of the bridge, we presented this last meeting, so maybe I'll just hit the high points again. Bridge was constructed in 1986. By 2010, there were MassDOT inspection reports that were showing damage occurring in the piles. So there was kind of an ill-fated attempt to wrap the piles in a fiberglass and cementitious grout wrap in about 2014. By 2015, people realized that those were not performing the way that they were supposed to, and that's the first time SGH has been involved with the bridge. I know last meeting somebody said that we were involved in the design of the wraps. That's just not true. our first participation was to evaluate those wraps to try to figure out what we could do with them and how to deal with that. Between 2015, 2016, and 2019, the wraps were removed. I think there was a lawsuit involved, but by 2019 to 2020, the town asked us to start designing temporary repairs so that you could keep the bridge open to traffic while longer term solutions were explored. So between 2020 and now, we've done a series of 4 nearly annual repair phases. Basically attack the piles that are in worst shape so that you can keep the bridge open over the summer.
Charles, can I just ask, again, that was brought up at the meeting with Dr. Tingley's presentation. There was maybe, I'd just like to clarify the role of Mass DOT and this bridge. So basically, the Mass DOT inspects the bridge, and if they find fault with that bridge or there's issues, we need as a town to repair it for DOT to continue to allow us to use that bridge. If we don't do those repairs, then Mass DOT has jurisdiction over the safety of that bridge and will deem that bridge unsafe, and we can no longer use it. It is not our decision whether the bridge is safe for traffic. It's the DOT's inspection that determines us, and if they find fault, we have to repair it and meet their standard of inspection and safety, right?
Yeah, for normal bridges, there's like a 2 or 3 year period where they cycle through them. This bridge is in bad enough shape, they're down to every 6 months now. They send out Collins Engineers, which is a firm they like to use that does a complete inspection of all the piles and kind of identifies which piles have gotten worse, which piles have gotten so bad that you really need to do something. They issue an inspection report, and that's what we use to determine what the next cycle of repairs should be. But the inspections are being done by someone that MassDOT has hired.
Right.
In theory, MassDOT could tell you to shut the bridge down if they didn't think we were making adequate progress. But so far, they've been pretty comfortable with the repairs we're making. I imagine they would like us to do it faster, but they haven't threatened that yet.
And your repairs are approved repairs by Mass DOT, is that right?
I'm not
How
sure
how does Mass DOT basically put their stamp or their approval on the repair that you're making?
I think it's more like a lack of rejection. We send copies of our repair drawings to Mass DOT every time we do another cycle, and we just basically assume if we don't hear anything, everything's fine.
But you send a detailed engineering?
Yeah, we just send the contract documents to them as well.
All right.
And so far, so good.
All right, thank you.
I think we're ready. Okay, actually, I think I said most of this. One complication that I'll bring up a little bit later is we're required to only do construction between September and March because the plovers are nesting the rest of the year. So we can work below the low tide line, but we can't work on the east side beach after April 1st. And at any time of year, we're not allowed to drive heavy equipment out on the beach. So most of this work has either been done by driving a crane over the bridge or lately getting a barge out there and having a crane on the barge to do all the work. So
Whatever we choose, would that likely be the case for repair or rehabilitation or replacement of this?
In that, I just want to clarify your question so that
Yeah.
we remember, in that the wood repairs happen during the winter months.
So if it was a
Yes.
replacement of the bridge, they wouldn't only probably be able to conduct their work in the
I'll
elbows?
give you an answer, but I'll say probably, because I don't think MassDOT is planning on only doing construction those 6 months, and I don't
Know why?
know whether they're just a bigger fish, or if they're gonna get special dispensation, or what, but that's not SGH's jurisdiction.
Yep.
We're kind of abiding by other people's rules, we're not helping them set the rules.
And who are
So that's-
those,
That's the Conservation Commission.
who is holding you up?
It's not holding us up, but the people that have those restrictions are the Conservation Commission.
Correct. So they would have
And
to
those
go,
rules are based on state
Right.
rules. that they're
someone would have to
interpreting.
go before them at some point. Right, okay.
So our repair work is marginal enough that they don't have a problem with us doing it, but they don't want activity on the eastern shore during nesting season.
Understood.
So, and this is where I'm guessing, I would imagine if we went with a Dr. Tingley type repair, they might require him to follow that same restriction. Or maybe someone could talk to someone and that restriction would go away. I just don't know.
Yeah.
And, oh yeah, and then the other thing I wanted to emphasize is these are intended to be temporary repairs. They, as if you've seen them, they don't look great. You're not going to want to have these things permanently, but they're a way to get new piles up and holding up the bridge so that they work. And everybody is kind of clear that those are not going to be permanent solutions. We're either going to go with a new bridge or a major rehabilitation of this bridge.
But in 2019 was when that decision was made by someone to start making these repairs just to keep the bridge open, not in a restoration type manner. It was more in a keeping it open manner.
Yes, I believe, my understanding, I wasn't involved at the time, but my understanding is MassDOT started making kind of louder noises about this really needing to be addressed. And that was a response to MassDOT. So
Thank you.
we did our biggest cycle that first year to try to get all of the piles that MassDOT was kind of annoyed with. Okay. So this is a little washed out on the screen, but this is just a plot of how the ratings of the piles have changed over time. At the bottom are piles that are rated a 1 by MassDOT. That's the best condition in blue. And then above that in green are piles that are rated 2, 3, 4. 4 plus is like an emergency, and 4 is, this is a really terrible pile. And you can see as time goes on, the first 2 columns are 2006 and 2010. The interregnum is when they were messing around with the pile wraps, and then the second group starts at 2019 and goes on. So you can see a very steady progression. Things are happening to these piles continuously. It's not like there was a group of bad piles that went bad and all we need to do is address those. You're going to have to keep addressing piles that become worse and worse and worse. Okay. This is an updated map of what we presented in October that kind of shows a map of the bridge. The west abutment is at the top left, the east abutment is at the top right. There's a couple of match lines, and each cell is a pile. If it's a purple pile, it's one that we've already repaired in these 5 years of temporary repairs. Blue is type 1, which is the best, and you can see the blues are very few and far between these days. Green is a 2, which is still okay. Yellow is starting to get a little more concerning, that's a 3. Unaddressed 4s and 4 pluses are orange and red, but we have tried our best to kind of keep up with them, so you'll see them scattered around. They, every year, a couple more of those little squares turn orange or turn red. Okay. We can whip through these pretty fast. These are just pictures of some of the damage that you see out there. They're definitely damaged. It's not like you're losing a couple of inches out the outside. Some of these things you can stick your hand through. A lot of them are broomed, and I think everyone agrees, including Dr. Tingley, MassDOT, us, everybody agrees that these things are in bad shape and really need some help. So we agree with MassDOT that this bridge either needs to be replaced or have a major renovation. We understand MassDOT's willing to pay for a new steel and concrete bridge. They're not willing to pay for a new timber bridge. And we understand they're not willing to contribute to the cost of renovation. If they are involved, I think they want to design and build a new bridge. To be clear, we're not involved at all with MassDOT's design and potential construction of a new bridge. I may say this a little more directly in another slide, but we have no benefit to MassDOT building a bridge. We have no benefit to Dr. Tingley coming in and doing a long-term restoration. In either case, we're kind of off to the side. if you'll have us, we're off advising you on things that you need to consider when you're making that decision. Okay. Oh, I just said that. You can skip to the next one. So we took a look at Dr. Teamsley's report that was presented on the 15th of June. As I mentioned, we have a written report in response that apparently you can download right now. And this presentation is only highlighting the most interesting stuff in that report. First off is Dr. Tingley is not some fly-by-night engineer. You're not being scammed. He's a legitimate wood repair expert. He does this a lot, and most of his technical wood science presentation we agree 100% with. So as a result, we're not going to provide a section-by-section review of stuff that we're mostly going to say we agree, we agree, we agree. And I don't want to do a 2-hour presentation here of each section by section. We're going to hit the highlights. So a list of the areas that we either disagree with or we still have some concern about is that Dr. Tingley's presentation is self-admittedly an advocacy for replacing or for renovating the bridge. He was not hired by people to tell you what the best decision is. He was hired to tell you, yes, it's possible to renovate the bridge, and here is how I think I'd go about doing it. My understanding is MassDOT is going to not only have to approve the temporary repairs we do, but they would be able to give a veto on any design that he has. And my understanding again is that MassDOT has said we're not going to get into that veto until we see a complete design. So there's a little bit of a cart before the horse thing, and that I don't know how certain you can be that MassDOT will be okay with his repair scheme until somebody gets him to extend it a lot further than it is now. I think a recurring theme is that there's a lot of uncertainty, even after this report, about things that I feel like you would want to be more certain about before you started making decisions. The biggest one is that the details he gave us were kind of cartoons of what he would do. And that's fair because he wasn't hired to provide you with a complete design. He was hired to do kind of an inspection and feasibility study. So we can't look at his preliminary sketches or figures and say that will work or that won't work. MassDOT can't either. We need more engineering than that. We want to look at calculations. We're engineers. We want to see something meaty to grab onto. He relies on the existing piles to be in very good quality below the mud line, below the bottom of the ocean, below the bottom of the bay. So we don't feel he has nearly enough information to be as confident as he's sounding that the bottom of those piles is adequate. It very well could be. I would say even probably it is. But in a multi-million-dollar decision like this, you don't want to take a risk like that. We really think you need to become more certain that those piles are in good shape before you build a whole new pile system on top of them and rely on them for the next 20 to 40 years. Wood structures like this have a lot more uncertainty in their service life than a steel or concrete bridge does. In general, contra what he has said a couple times, wood tends to behave worse. Wood tends to survive less time than a well-maintained steel and concrete bridge. And the last thing is that the preliminary numbers, and I think even he understands they're very preliminary, seem extremely optimistic to us. And I think you're probably looking at spending more money than the 3.1 million that he quoted to you in his paper. I guess maybe I'll start going a little faster and you can make me stop if you want to, but he proposed 2 types of patch. We think one of them probably is not appropriate for most of these piles. The one that might be appropriate is what he called posting, where you just cut out the rotten section, throw it away, stick a new section in, And then he has kind of proprietary connections that he connects the new pile to the old pile. Those connections have to be able to resist some bending, and we don't know yet whether they do, and if so, how much. So both of those rely on the pile above and below the part that was cut out to be good, like solid. We're locking into that and we're counting on it for the next 20 to 40 years. And in some places, that means you're going to cut out a really tall portion of the pile. The tides are 10 feet, and he needs to cut out a couple feet above and a couple feet below at a minimum, and some of these piles have even more damage than that. Okay. We generally agree with his analysis of what's actually going wrong. It's a fungal decay in the tidal zone primarily. There are other mechanisms that would probably be considered in 100% design, but we don't really need to spend too much time on many of them now. The thing that I think we do want to consider right now is bacteriological attack. SGH has a lot of experience with bacteriological attack on wooden piles in the Boston area below the groundwater line or below the mud line. And that kind of bacteriological attack does not require oxygen. So the fungal attack is kind of limited to the splash zone because it needs constant access to the air. Bacteria doesn't need that. It's not completely widespread. I am not confident that you have a problem with bacterial attack here, but I don't think you can rule it out. And he looked, I think, in his field work, he looked at the top 2 or 3 feet buried under the mud line of 3 piles. So it was not a statistical significant analysis, and I think you need to get better information in that area. Yes. I mentioned that. I think I'm getting ahead of myself. I think I hit all these. Yeah, that's fine. There are deteriorated piles that were wrapped. Dr. Tingley made a big point that the wrapping did more harm than good. We completely agree. The wrapping was kind of poorly executed. We do think that in several cases the wraps made it worse than it was before. However, he emphasizes that I think more than we do. The piles were wrapped for a reason. The piles were significantly damaged back in 2010. That's why they wrapped them. Mm-hmm. So just realizing that the wrapping didn't work and avoiding wrapping in the future doesn't solve your problem. You still have the problem of whatever caused that damage. And what we think that is kind of widespread fungal attack. Okay. Finally, he seemed very optimistic to us about the deck on that bridge and said, yeah, there's a couple areas that need help, but primarily it's in good shape. I think we take the opposite position. We say there are a few areas that are in good shape, but primarily the deck is kind of near the end of its useful life. Any of you that have actually driven over that in the last year or so, it needs some help. And the town is trying desperately to keep up with it, but every year one of the deck planks gets deteriorated more and more. And that, I think we need to face the idea when we're talking about costs that a deck replacement is probably something that needs to happen right away. Dr. Tinsley gives a unit cost of about $10,000 per pile. That seems very optimistic to us. I don't know what he knows and what he doesn't know, but we're thinking maybe he's not familiar with kind of the Massachusetts labor environment. There are a lot of, when it goes out to bid on a town, there's a lot of procurement rules that you have to follow. You can't just have your buddies that know how to do this come out and do all the repair. It's got to go out to bid. We're not sure that he really considered incidentals like shoring. So there's a lot of things that make us think that that number is too small.
Charles, when I read through his report, right, this is what it states, right? But based on preliminary pricing, the estimated cost to repair the 155 piles classified as unsafe and 155 piles classified as very poor is approximately equivalent to the inflation-adjusted cost of the allocated 3.1 million pile encapsulation program. Do you think he's actually taking that, the original price was, he quotes in there, and I need to confirm it, was $2.2 million to do the 222 piles. So do you think he's just basically inflated and just used inflation to adjust that 2.2? And this is what he's saying, right? Adjusted cost is approximately equivalent to the inflation-adjusted cost of the allocated 3.1 million pile encapsulation program. And trying to understand it, is he just taking that figure and kind of inflating it and coming up with a 3.1? Because in the report, there's no detail as to how he estimates that 3.1.
I don't know where he got that. We didn't concern ourselves with how he got that. We just
Okay.
said, okay, well, that's the amount of money he's saying he can do it for. And that basically is almost exactly $10,000 per pile. I mean,
Right.
the way he got his number is 10,000 times 310 piles.
Right.
How
Well,
he
I don't know how he
equated
did
that
it.
to the wrapping, I don't know. And I don't think it really affects your decision-making process, but I would imagine it was probably something like what you're saying. But
All right. At the end of the day, we have a choice between a bridge that will be provided at no cost to the town initially by DOT, or we as a town embark on a rehabilitation program to continue using and continue having access to the wooden bridge. It's going to cost us money.
yeah, and I
And it's
get
going to come out of our property taxes. We're going to have to raise property
Well, I
taxes
think
to
that,
pay for
that,
this, right?
let's, I mean.
So I think I'm just making a point
Understood,
that
but I
costs
think
are
that's not really a
important.
point.
No, costs are an important point. So basically, right now, Dr. Tingley's saying it's going to cost us $10,000 per pile, and it's $3.1 million. That is a major decision point for us, right?
Absolutely. I mean, but there's, again, that's part of another conversation, which is potential funding. So, but let's get,
Yeah, okay.
let's get through the technical stuff.
Okay.
Okay, so we did something similar, but instead of putting a wooden post in, we put a steel post in. That cost about $15,000 to $20,000 per repair on a competitively bid job on areas that were actually easy to access after the 1st of October. So we're a little higher than that. Admittedly, our job is smaller, and there is an advantage of scale that if you were repairing 70, 80, 90 of these things, the unit cost would probably come down quite a bit. But it is still a data point. And also, in general, if we were providing a cost estimate like this, at this conceptual stage, we would probably increase our best guess by at least 50%, because there's a lot of uncertainty and contingencies that need to be dealt with. Next. So for timber, our best estimate, our own best estimate, is that it would probably cost between 4.7 and 6.2 million to replace those 310 piles that he talks about. If we were going to replace all of them at one time, it would probably be up towards 8.3 to 11.1. That doesn't include the cost of replacing the deck, which we think probably needs to be done as well. If we were to do a big rehabilitation of almost everything on the bridge, my understanding was that Dr. Tingley mentioned $16 million as kind of the high end of that. We think that's probably a reasonable guess for a complete rehabilitation of the deck and the entire set of piles and how they connect to the stringers and pile caps. For annual maintenance costs, if he only replaces 310 piles, we would recommend you assume the higher end of the range of $60,000 to $250,000 a year, because there will be new piles every year that need to be repaired. If you were to do all of them, then obviously that cost would go down toward a little bit closer to the smaller end.
Can I
That's
just-
60 to 250.
I'm sorry, just a quick question so I'm clear. So what you're saying is if they did, if we went this route, he did 310, the worst piles as a phase one, right? Is that, and that would cost up to 6.2 million?
Mhm.
But it would then cost us another 60 to 250 per year to keep up with the ones that are going to then deteriorate.
Yes. And if I didn't emphasize it before, I'll emphasize it again. We're not guaranteeing you that it's not 6.3 million. These are our best guesses at this stage in the game. The $60,000 to $250,000 per year comes from Federal Highway Administration and Forest Service publications that give kind of a dollar per square foot of bridge value. And that's, for wood bridges, there's a lot that you don't know, and that's why that range is so wide.
Have we received a cost analysis on what the maintenance for the Mass DOT bridge is going to be per year?
No, but I'm going to give you a guess in a minute.
Okay.
Next slide.
Before you get there, I just want to clarify, because this is an important point. You're saying that Tingley's estimate of 16 million for complete rehabilitation is realistic. Can you explain or provide a little more detail as to what you consider a complete rehabilitation to be? So it's important for us to understand, because we're looking on one hand at a brand new bridge of different construction versus a complete rehabilitation for 10% of the cost. Now, and we're going to disagree as to how that's paid. But I first want to understand, and the point of tonight's presentation isn't on cost specific or who's going to fund it, but what the costs are, so that we can make a decision. But I'd like to have a better understanding as to what rehabilitation means for the 16 million.
Okay. I guess the first thing to say is I rewatched the presentation online, and I was not entirely clear what he was saying $16 million would buy. So our best guess was that he was talking about completely renovating all 555 piles, probably redoing the deck, and everything involved in that. And like, that sounded like it had a contingency, because our number has a contingency, and it looked in the general neighborhood of $16 million. So that's the only reason we're guessing is that's what he means, is because it kind of matches our number a little bit. But what we mean for the 16 million is complete replacement of the deck, both the roadway and the sidewalk, and then basically in some manner restoring all 550 piles. We have a much higher range because we account for the possibility that his repair concept won't work. So I think 16 million on our end was what happens if you actually have to, one at a time, pull piles up and drive a new pile and then kind of shove it underneath the existing bent. So 16 million is really kind of, for us, kind of a realistic high end of the range, because it kind of assumes the worst conditions. It assumes that he can't do what he wants to do, and you have to do something just pile for pile replacement all the way across.
So does 16 million get us 555 Class 1 pilings and a safe deck?
Yes. But again, I'm not saying it's not 16.1 million. I'm saying that's our best guess right now with not a whole lot of information. If we were able to reuse the existing piles below the mud line, that number would come down. So that's just to give an idea. I guess we're not like Mars and Venus. We're kind of in the same general ballpark. We feel like you need to be a little more conservative at this stage when you're doing cost estimating. I think the area where he probably disagrees with us the most, it has been our long-standing experience with timber structures in marine environments that they do not last very long. This new bridge was built with tropical hardwoods that were specifically chosen to avoid fungal attack, and they basically failed in 40 years, and some of them failed in 20 years. So it's a tough environment, and it's been our experience that it often makes sense to build a wood structure that lasts 20 years, tear it down and build a new one, tear it down and build a new one, and that's still sometimes cheaper than building a steel and concrete structure. It's so much cheaper, but it's so much less resilient. I think Dr. Tinsley feels that number should probably be 75 to 100 years. That has not been our experience, and I don't think it would be wise, based on what happened to this bridge, to assume something like 75 to 100 years. That in mind, it makes sense for us because we're comparing the cost of building 3 timber structures with building 1 steel and concrete structure. You guys are comparing the cost of building 3 timber structures with $0. So it's an important consideration to keep in mind. It can be cost effective to rebuild a damaged timber structure if you compare it to having to pay for the new steel and timber structure. I apologize for my voice. I'm hoping it'll survive. Now, this is the same information, but for a steel and concrete bridge. The initial expense to the town is $0, but it is a Cadillac bridge. It is $167 million that MassDOT and the feds are going to pay. Annual maintenance costs for a modern steel and concrete bridge, properly designed, is a lot lower. It's in the neighborhood of $25,000 to $60,000 a year. That's based on industry standards. I obviously don't know about this one specific bridge, but that's a rule of thumb. And something that I mentioned in the previous slide, maybe didn't say out loud, but it's true in both types, is it's vital that you keep maintaining the bridge. The concrete and steel bridges that he showed a lot of horrible pictures of falling down on the ground, it's because they weren't maintained. You have to maintain a steel and concrete bridge. You have to maintain a wooden bridge. And the MassDOT bridge would kind of lull you into a false sense of security because maintenance for the first few years of a brand new bridge is more or less $0. But you can't just count on it being $0 forever. Eventually you're going to have a reduced but existent maintenance program. And then life expectancy of this kind of thing, if it's well maintained, is on the order of 100 years. That's the design life that MassDOT is using in their design. That's a fairly common number to use for a steel and concrete bridge of this type.
Has anyone looked at something from, say, the Woods Hole Group about the life expectancy of the beach that it goes to, and why we're trying to rate something for 100 years? We've been living through sand dumping onto the beach, cobble on the bay side. Is there a rationale behind this 100 years versus 40 years?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
I don't think it's 100 years for this particular site. It's 100 years is the traditional way that MassDOT has budgeted and done benefit cost analyses and stuff. So
Yeah.
I can't speak to that at all.
But it is an important point because if you look at the studies, certainly the beach reservation in the past has done an excellent job of nourishing the beach and keeping the beach from becoming a sandbar and continuing to be accessible. The longevity of that, I've done a bit of research trying to dig into that a little bit. Will it be around in 30 years? Probably. Will it be around in 60 years? That's a really big question mark. So,
Coast of Duxbury wouldn't be here either.
well, it'll be breached at that point, so it'll be different.
I mean-
but there's no. I mean, that's the reality of climate change.
I agree. The future's uncertain. I guess I'll say one benefit of a new bridge is, and I have absolutely no idea what they're designing to, but you could make it higher so that it's not as sensitive to sea rise.
But
I
it's
don't
going
know
to
if they're
know,
doing
it's a
that.
bridge to know, eventually to nowhere, to a sandbar. So I think that's just something that I've been thinking a lot about.
Some other non-monetized ideas are, I think the main reason a lot of people want to keep the timber bridge is you love your bridge. I don't live in Duxbury. I think it's a beautiful bridge. I think it's cool. I can understand that part. What I want to make sure you do is you realize that that benefit comes with this approximate dollar figure. And then that decision is yours. I have basically no input in how much you value a wooden bridge. MassDOT's proposed bridge, it does have the advantage of being safer, designed under current standards. It'll have railings that would actually stop a car if it tried to drive off the bridge. I'm sure that they would be designing for current load limits, so you could probably drive a fire truck over it. This bridge that we have right now certainly doesn't calculate that you can drive a fire truck over it. I don't know if anybody's actually ever tried, but it would certainly be a safer bridge. And it would have fewer piles, so one, fewer piles to go wrong, and two, fewer conflicts with your navigation channel. So in summary, we can't really say right now if Dr. Kingsley's approach would work or not because we don't have enough information. MassDOT is going to want that information too, and they don't have it either. So if you want to pursue this, you're going to have to find some way of getting a more advanced stage of the design. The timber restoration relies heavily on there being buried piles under the mud line that are still in very good shape. If you find that that's not the case, this approach costs a lot more money. Timber restoration will cause you a much higher initial expense because you're comparing some number to zero, and it will cost a significantly larger number per year to keep a timber bridge maintained.
Can I just have you repeat that? I want to make sure I'm clear. So even if we took that 16 million that we were talking about in the earlier example with 555 piles that are class 1 and a new deck, that's still going to be more expensive to maintain than a new state bridge?
Well, then it might be close. What we said in the report is the more work you do, the more work you do at the very beginning, the more likely it is that you'll be at the lower end of that range. The less work you do initially, the more likely it is that you'll be at the higher end of that range. So for timber, it was 60 to 250. For steel and concrete, I think it was 25 to 60. So the ranges are really close right at the ends. As long as you maintain your steel and concrete bridge really well, I would think it would be at the lower or middle end of that range.
Thank you.
But I think it's safe to say that no matter what, the timber will be more expensive to maintain per year than the steel and concrete. It's just in one case, it'd be pretty close, and in another, they might be really wildly divergent.
Can we, are you finished? I don't want to interrupt you, but I do have some question, one
I think,
question.
if you can double check, I think my next slide says question slide because I said summary here, so it's got to be the end. Yeah.
All right. So obviously,
So can you finish it? Have you finished it?
Yeah.
Your summary slide, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
that's why I asked you.
I thought there was, sorry, okay, just.
So a big driver for me here, beyond the cost, certainly a big one for all of us, is downtime, because it is a cost. There's an associated cost with downtime. Dr. Tingley said that you probably wouldn't have to shut the bridge down at all for traffic, depending upon when the work was done, it sounded like. I haven't heard an official statement about how long the bridge would be down if MassDOT did their bridge. Do you have any comments on either of those, either projects about downtime?
For the MassDOT project, I feel like I have heard the number 2 to 3 years, but I don't know where that came from, to be honest. I think it might have been a presentation MassDOT made, or
They gave a shrug.
conversation. I don't know.
Okay. And did you have any thoughts on Dr. Tingley's no downtime?
You can't repair a pile the way he's talking about repairing a pile and have vehicular traffic over the top of that pile. So you would either need to close the bridge the same way we close the bridge when we're doing our repairs, or you'd have to turn it like into one lane and switch directions somehow. And then it would be safe to drive a car over on the left lane while you're repairing a pile underneath the right lane. But if you wanted to keep them both open and you want to do the repairs, you would have to pay for some kind of shoring that would transfer that load temporarily to the ground.
And I think this came up during the last meeting with Dr. Tingley, but we have $300,000 set aside for this year's upcoming repairs. Would it make any sense to hit some of those severely damaged piles in a manner suggested by Dr. Tingley or another wood expert?
That's a tricky thing to answer, because what you're really saying is, should we start replacing temporary repairs?
Just see if it
with
works.
Possible permanent repairs.
Right.
If you have the time to do that, it's not crazy. You'd find out how well, I think most important is you get a more accurate unit cost.
Right.
You would certainly not get an accurate idea of long-term performance because you can't wait 20 years to see if it works or not.
We've been sold a lot of things here.
So I think you could probably get 90% of the information you need just by getting a better design and then having a contractor come and give you a cost estimate. There are cost estimators that do a much better job than me of estimating the cost to do things. I would be hesitant to do that type of repair without more information on the design. But if you have more information on the design, that's a reasonable way to find out what the cost would be.
Okay, thank you.
There was another issue that Dr. Tingley touched on, which was the environmental benefit of the wood bridge. I think he was speaking in carbon neutralities. And did you listen or opine on that at all? I found that I had no idea that having the old wooden bridge was still in any way kind of benefiting the overall environment by the carbon aspect. Can you speak to that at all?
Just in very, very general terms, and that it does cost a lot of carbon to the environment to create concrete. It does cost, although they're actually much better now to recycle steel, it still is a carbon negative. The benefit of rehabilitating the wood structure is, I believe, almost completely because you're not throwing that wood in a landfill where it's going to start turning itself into methane. So there's no real, I guess maybe that's the extent of my knowledge, so I'll just
That's
stop
all right.
there.
Thank
There
you.
is some difference, yes.
Paul has had his hand raised
Okay,
for
but
a while.
let me do the board first. So.
He's the other engineer.
He's the other
Oh,
engineer.
Oh, he's with you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I
Oh.
was quite confident he would be able
That's not
to.
even
Paul?
a resident.
Paul, did you want to chime in here?
Oh, yes, thank you. I thought, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So I liked the idea that was just brought up on temporary repairs being sort of, if you're really interested in considering this, I think it would be worthwhile for the town to to start having the temporary repairs be more permanent. Because if the town's going that direction, you want to start spending the money you're spending for something that's going to last. Now, to Chuck's point, I think we would need to work with, we or Dr. Tingley would need to, advance that design and make sure that they become very comfortable that it works. There might be some additional design work that we need to happen compared to what you've been getting. Because at this point, we've designed the repair strategies that have been working, so you're not paying us to redesign, we're just paying for the contractor to do it. There were two other points that came up in the discussion during the presentation that I wanted to touch base on, and that is, I think it's important if we're really going down this road that a detailed cost estimate is the best way to get cost numbers for you. Engineers give estimates, but they are not as reliable, I guess, as a contractor's bid numbers or a real detailed cost estimate that is based on a more complete design. And then the last one is there was a discussion on Mass DOT on the restrictions by the Conservation Commission. It is my experience that I've worked with Mass DOT and MBTA on projects in marine environments. They do not get like special, compensation because of their role. They typically play just like everyone else with the Conservation Commissions. They're not interested in trying to skirt the environmental rules and regulations. So they will, as they progress their design, be in front of the Conservation Commission and need to abide by the rules. One thing that they can do is in designing a new bridge, they may be able to get in-water works done relatively quickly and try to avoid, show that they could do some work on those other time periods and not affect the the plovers. But those were sort of the three things that I had taken notes on. Chuck, I thought you did a good job, so thanks.
Thanks, boss. To clarify, the Conservation Commission keeps you off the land from the low tide line all the way up. But you're allowed to work in the water, like between the low tide lines, you can do that year round. But there's an awful lot of bridge on the east side of that, the east side of the bridge that is past the low tide line.
More questions from the board?
I think for me, Paul hit the nail on the head, right? So for us to truly understand this option rehabilitation, we need a design. That's what I heard. We need a design such that a cost estimator could then develop a better cost than engineers. That's your boss said that, right? So remember what happened with the DPW, right? They came up with a cost estimate, and then it went up squarely, right, after that. So we just need to be, that's what worries me is, if we want to go ahead and repair the bridge, we as a town can decide to do that, and we can figure out how to get money. It may come out of our property taxes, or we may be able to get a few million from here and there, but a detailed cost estimate so that we can go before the town and put together an article.
But how do we get that detailed cost estimate without
I
funding
think
to do that?
there's $300,000, right? Again, I don't know if that money is how, when we appropriated it, how specific was that appropriation?
That's the matching grant
It's to the,
one, right?
it's to the repair of the bridge.
To repair the bridge. Now, I think that's a really good idea that Mike had, was basically, can we, instead of doing a temporary repair, can we try and test, use that 300,000 to do a detailed design on what a permanent repair would look like, and then we can get a cost estimate for that, and then hopefully maybe then we could have better information as to what would a total rehabilitation cost. So I'm just, again, I don't know if that, if when we appropriate that money at the town meeting, how detailed is that appropriation? Do we have wiggle room to?
Not that much, because the money's already been appropriated for the repairs to the bridge.
Yeah, no, but we can do a different type of repair. That's the question. We can do a permanent repair rather than a temporary repair, right? So again, it's definition of repair.
Yes.
I mean, that's a really good idea for, yeah.
give a
It's
cost?
cost, right? I mean, Dr. Tingley said, and you said 60 million, I'm still struggling with that. It cost us $50,000, right? 25,000 from the Save the Bridge, and Dr. Tingley contributed 25, $50,000 for 3 days' work. And he put it.
Work, and then he wrote a report.
I wrote a report, but I mean, a lot of that report is copy and paste and all that kind of stuff. His report, 50,000. But you're saying to come in and mobilize a crew to come in and bring in, buy equipment, but buy wood, buy everything is going to cost $10,000. I'm struggling. I'm really struggling to. That's the bit that worries me. I'm really struggling to believe $10,000, which is in the report. You've increased it to 15. I even struggle with your $15,000 number to get that level of work done.
Yeah, our $15,000 number is still at the low end of our range.
Right.
so.
Okay. So that's what really worries me. What is the true cost?
Well, but Tingley's saying 10, but they're saying it's probably closer to 15.
I know,
Either
but
one of
I'm
those
still
is less
struggling with
than-
15.
I think,
I have a
is
question.
it too much, or is it
Too-
being
too little.
Too
Too
pie
little.
in the sky? But
Yeah.
here, our consultants are saying
Yeah.
15 is doable, so I'm very encouraged
no
by
way.
that. But
Saying
I'm sorry,
that-
Cindy does have a question.
Well, I have a question actually for Randy. Do we have any time constraints here? Is there a point that MassDOT's just going to say, oh, well, see you later, we're going to go off and do
They'll
something
be able to
else?
answer that when they come to you again.
Yes.
When is that?
And I believe that there is a time limit to this.
When is that? I mean, we're trying
In the
to
next
go
couple
get-
months.
The next couple of months?
Next few weeks, excuse
That's
me.
what I thought. Okay, so,
The question
I'm-
is there a time constraint with regard to the Mass DOT project? And I believe that there is, and the answer to that would have to be asked of them within the next few weeks when they come back to present to the town again.
I mean, do we have the luxury of going and getting a, detailed design report all of that, and the luxury of then next winter putting in permanent repairs. I mean, we're talking about these things, but if we decide to do that, are we then just saying, well, that's what we're going to do? We're taking away the other option.
I've never heard anything from them to indicate that we do have that much time.
Well, that's what I had understood.
Because we're always working under the auspices of the reason that these repairs are occurring in the first place is to prevent the bridge from being closed.
Right, so I...
These repairs are temporary. By the way, Mary does have a response to your question, Amy, on the money aspect.
My question, right?
Or your question,
Yeah,
sorry, Fernando,
Yeah.
yours.
So in terms of the funding that is appropriated at town meeting, the wording is generic enough that the funding is used for repair and replacement. It does not specify the type of repair and replacement. Town meeting doesn't get to that level. However, what it would require is that Sheila would have to go out and rebid a different style of repair and replacement as opposed to the existing styles that she has been going out to bid for on an annual basis.
Okay,
Thank you, Mary.
thank you.
Sure.
Just a comment on the deadline or being, kind of forced into a corner, which I really hope we don't find ourselves in that situation, because that would be really difficult. I think this is a huge decision, and one that we need to really analyze and get all the information and ducks in a row before we make it, and it may end up having, needing the community to weigh in. So I just can't imagine being forced into making a decision because something is going to get taken off the table. That would be tough. So, that being said, any other board members? Questions?
Paul's got his hand up again.
Oh, Paul?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, unless the new bridge was designed and started next summer, there is going to be another round of repairs to keep the bridge open and functioning. And I don't know if there would be an option to add alternate to like a set of bid documents for those repairs where you could, I don't know how fast we could get it out the door, Chuck. He's going to kill me now that I'm asking that, but I don't know if there's a way of working together with Dr. Tingley to get repairs that we know have been working and making, passing the Mass DOT sort of review.
Yeah.
And then getting an ad alternate, which potentially could save you a lot of money if the cost that Dr. Tingley's presenting came to fruition. Even on the temporary basis, we could do the more permanent repairs and get more piles fixed. If we could get to a comfort level where SGH, Dr. Tingley and Mass DOT were all happy with the load transfer.
Yep.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
There comes the planning board.
The nice thing about the ad alternate would be you would get the contractors bidding against each other, giving some numbers.
Yeah.
What they think it would take.
Yep. That's what we need.
Okay, more
That's it.
questions from the board? Can I open it up to the public? Questions from the public? No one has a question? Mr. Brogdon? Ms. Babcock?
Hi. It's not so much a question as I just wanted to let you know that we have asked Dr. Tingley to listen in the event that you want to direct a question to him. He may be able to answer some of these gray areas that have been discussed tonight in terms of timing and cost and method, things like that. So if you're interested and you want to call on him, he's available. He should be on the Zoom.
He just raised his hand.
Thank you. Dr. Tingley, did he?
I don't have any questions for him.
Dr. Tingley, we don't have any questions for you at this time. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, if you're able to hear me.
I can,
Yes, Lord,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Good, thank you. I just wanted to bring some clarification to some points that SGH had made with regard to some of our statements in the report. The first thing is, just to work from back to front, the cost of a new timber bridge, that estimation that we developed around 17 million is based on starting at one end of the bridge, driving the abutment piles, driving the next bend of abutment piles, laying down the girders, putting transverse deck on, walking out on those, and continuing to drive piles and lay deck down to work across the bridge from one end to the other. That would not involve using any of the old piles or any of the old girders or caps or deck or rail. That was just basically taking current cost of bridge construction and applying that to going across 2,200 feet. So that's number one. Number two, with regard to the age and the durability of wood, well, we already know that the piles that were driven to start this bridge way back in the day are still sound under the water. So they've clearly lasted 100 years in terms of their extension of life. And the Barossa locust piles that were put into place had a 50-year durability rating without treatment. And so that's, again, published domain for Barossa locust. So we hit 40 on some of them, and we would have hit 40 on more of them had they not been wrapped. The other factor in there is that of the 310 piles that were wrapped, not just 4s, 4As, and 3s were wrapped, but a collection of 2, 3, 4, and 4As were wrapped at that time. As 310 were over half of the piles, and I think there probably was some thought at the time that there would be some preventive restoration to go on that would extend life. So that again is kind of where we're at. In terms of the two types of posting details, one is a Dutchman's patch, which leaves a sound core in a diamond shape, and 2 half shells are then attached to that, squeezed into place, or a wholesale posting segment, which can either go from bright, that's below oxygen, to the cap, or to the sound wood above the splash zone. To go extra to the cap is not that significant. So it's an average of those two methods, of course the Dutchman's patch being less costly than the full segment posting, that adds up to the 10K estimate. And there's no question that Wilton do 1 would never happen for 10K. That was based on multiples being done so that your setup mold costs are spread out over multiples of piles, not just one. There's no question that would be the case. And of course, you need to have a design completed for that. We did do 6 piles, in which we dug down around the piles, about a 1.1% sampling rate, and all of those piles were sound below the mud line. Not just 3 were done, there were 6 were done at that time. One of the final comments I'll make is that with regard to the estimate on the 310 times 10,000, which came up with about 3.1 million, that 3.1 million wasn't based on having any inflation. It was purely saying that if we were going to work with 310 in the start, like they did with regard to the wrap, that would have been the estimate for the cost as at this current time would be to do the 3.1 million. The ranges and escalations of cost all the way up to new at 16 million can be parsed and segmented in a variety of ways. I concur with SGH on the business of all bridges take maintenance costs. If you don't maintain a bridge, it's going to hurt you. And there is a bit of a honeymoon period with new steel and concrete bridges, but when they start to go bad, SGH will surely know that they can really cost a big number to restore and upgrade once they've got into a deteriorated state. So it's never a good idea to let them go. It's always a good idea to have a budget, set aside a sink fund with regard to maintaining a concrete or steel bridge, particularly in a chloride-rich environment like this one is in. So the same goes with timber. And when I cited those numbers on timber bridge maintenance costs, those of course are based on average timber bridges, that might be I don't want to say 200 feet long or 100 feet long or 300 feet long. The Swiss Institute in Switzerland, FPML, has probably one of the best data files on the cost of maintenance of bridges today in the world. And they're the ones we generally cite because they've got papers in the public domain about what these things cost. Our cost, by the way, just to bring it up in closure, our cost estimates that we were using are cost estimates that come from the actually designing, oversighting, developing IFCs, watching them go to tender, providing oversight for the owner during the process of construction, those sorts of things. So as we watch bridges go through and see the tenders go out, we get to know how much these bridges cost, and that's where our costs came from. We don't go to some book out back that's got an estimate for the cost of posting in it and use it. We're actually using these from actual documentation of bridge projects that we've oversighted or developed designs for. One final note on carbon. I made a comment in there that the carbon, which is 50% of mass, that's embodied in that bridge is around 100 tons. That is a huge sum of carbon that's embodied, and that's embodied carbon. When you actually build a bridge, it involves sequestered carbon because wood turns CO2 into oxygen and develops a tree and grows a tree, and that's why it's so carbon friendly today versus steel and concrete. And again, the numbers I cited at the presentation, 21 times more carbon friendly than steel and 16 times more than RC. Again, they're just public domain stuff. You just go look them up and see them for yourself. So anyway, I was following along with the presentation as SGH. Thanks for doing a deep dive into what I put together there in the report, and thanks for providing one of your staff to be there with us on site when we were doing the inspection, and appreciate the back and forth. It makes for a better outcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Tingley. I think Mr. Brogdon had a question. Yes, sir.
Thank you. For the record, Paul Brogner, 90 Humphreys Lane. Thanks, Chuck and Paula, for a great presentation. I'm glad most engineers 2 and 2 equals 4. Okay. As one of the members of the Powder Point Bridge Advisory Committee, Cindy Julius is here with me tonight. Our other 3 members, I don't see them here, but I hope they're listening. We're going to spend a lot of time the next 2 weeks. I believe we're on the agenda for Monday night, the 20th of July, to discuss, and how far down the road we get, I don't know. But I do want to clarify a couple things. On a cost estimate, an independent cost estimate for this sort of a project, when we did the project for the Public Works building 3 or 4 years ago, we went in with conceptual plans, 20% drawings, not 100%. And the cost estimators have that information, they have the experience, they can turn that around for us in 7 to 10 to 14 days. However, this goes back to the meeting we had 3 weeks ago when people questioned the quality and detail of the plans to get a Massachusetts licensed engineer stamp on it and have it approved by the state DOT. That still has to get done before we can do anything permanent on any structure that's out there or any new structure. We know that, okay? There have been a couple, I'll just say, informal conversations the last 2 weeks on some sort of a pilot program, doing some testing in conjunction with the SGH-approved work, as came out about 15, 20 minutes ago. We believe that can be done fairly easily and in conjunction with the town work for the sister piles and everything else that they've done over the last 3 or 4 years. Now, that may not get the blessing of DOT for the permanent long-term solution. Again, these are some of the unknowns that we're dealing with the Commonwealth at this point in time. So I just wanted to clarify that, because if you don't know the process, it's difficult to understand, but there is a road to follow, and it's not going to be done the next 2 weeks before we come back and see you again on the 20th. Okay? One last question, because I want to go home and watch the soccer game. There's a very important game on Fox tonight. Okay? As a member of the committee, we joined the committee in 2025, all 5 of us. As was commented on earlier this evening, SGH has been working on short-term repairs since 2019. 7 years. It was regurgitated again in a state report from February of 2024, and I just want to quote, "The town of Duxbury contacted the Mass DOT requesting assistance with funding for replacement of the bridge to reduce the maintenance cost to the town." Okay? The 5 of us on the committee are very committed to do what's in the best interest of the town. Most of the work is fun, believe it or not. Okay? However, for the last 15, 16 months, we've been working under one direction and one direction only, repair by replacing. We got a freebie for $182 million, and that's fine. Okay? However, the work that Dr. Tingley has done, independently reviewed by SGH, that single direction could change directions. Okay? And I'll just say, as Yogi Berra said years ago, when you come to the fork in the road, take it. Okay? So what the hell are we going to do? Okay? What I'd like to do is, I'm going to say in a straw vote, survey the 5 of you at this point in time. What do you want us to do? Because right now, do we detour and look at Wood? Do we continue in the same direction? I don't want to have to spend Cindy's time and David's time and Ed's time and Kerry's time to spend a lot of time and effort if your minds are already made up. Okay? I don't mind asking that question tonight because I don't want to waste people's time and effort. Okay? I can listen to people. I've known you people for a long time. I know where a couple of you are going already, and that's fine. Okay? But if the door is open at the end of the corridor here, we'll spend the time and effort to do the due diligence that we have to and look at any and all options. Okay?
Mr. Brogdon, this board works for the residents of the town of Duxbury, and I have never asked an advisory board to look at something and only advise us as to what you think we want to hear. I mean, the options are what the options are. The options are to restore the bridge, to build a new wooden bridge, to go Mass DOT, to build a Golden Gate out of, Sugar Puffs. I don't know. But we are looking to you guys, at least I am, to give us the options and to advise us. We appointed a group that had knowledge and expertise and were part of the community so that we could get feedback as to what you think are in the best interest and what our options can be for the town.
There are some things, Ms. McNabb, that physically cannot be done in 2 weeks. I can tell you that right now as an engineer. Mr. McGee?
In 2 weeks, and I'm not expecting it tonight.
Correct.
There were about 40 or 50 questions that Ed Mayo had sent to the state. A bunch of those had to do with timeline. And what I would want to know by that next meeting is, have we received any responses to those questions? And how satisfactory are those to your board on the replacement aspect? And I really want to know about this timeline, because I'm going to be looking folks in the face and say, well, this is a good idea. We just had a debacle with the East Street Bridge on timing. They wanted to do it 2 months while the school buses were off the road, and it took 2 years.
Understood.
So I would like some confidence about what DOT's plan is here and how they've answered these questions that were based on some expertise from your group.
Okay. I don't want to digress from the purpose of the meeting tonight, but just in 30 seconds, a year ago, the state said at least 2 years. Be down without a bridge. Nothing. Okay? At the last meeting about a couple months ago, it went from 2 to 3.5 years minimum. And that's assuming that the environmental permitting and the construction goes as smoothly as possible, not like East Street. Not like East Street. Okay? So many people have estimated it could be 5 or 6, 7 years. The answer is possibly. Sure. We don't know. I'm going to say the state doesn't know because this is the design build with them. They will contract out with Company A and they will finish the design independently of the town. Their contract with the design build company will be with the Mass DOT, just like the East Street overpass. That's the way they work these projects. And our hands will be kind of independently tied off to the side, and they will design and construct the bridge in accordance with their normal requirements. But whether it takes 2 years or 3 years for the permitting, environmentally, we know Coastal Zone Management, Division of Marine Fisheries, both state and federal,
MEPA.
they're not going to bend over for a municipal project. As Chuck said, they don't do that. We know that. They didn't do it for the seawall project 2 years ago. Okay? So in that respect, there's still some answers that will be still questions on the 20th. That's all I can say,
Thank you.
okay?
And with regard to the letter, I have it here, and it needs your signature. It hasn't gone out yet. I had drafted it and sent it to Ed, and I only heard back today that it was ready to go, but it's still missing a question that Fernando had asked about the section 106.
I meant about all the questions that Ed
Yes.
sent.
He
The
had-
responses from.
What happened was there was a meeting, we had a meeting, and we took those 50. I beg your pardon. We had a meeting, a staff-level meeting with Ed, myself, you, Sheila, Mass DOT, and we went through that list of 50 questions and winnowed it down to 8, because of those 50, the remaining balance had already been answered in various presentations. We had the 8. I sent it to Ed and heard back from him today that it's ready to go, because I thought the committee had extra things to add to it. But in talking to Fernando, there's also a question about the section 106 aspect that needs to be included in that.
Definitely needs to be included.
For what would be considered a 9th question.
Okay.
I noticed that Ed's on the line right there. Where did I see Ed?
Yeah, he's on the left.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Mr.
Paul.
Bradley.
Thank you, Paul.
Sir.
Hi, Peter Randall, 501 Elm Street. Okay, I just want to give a brief history. Original bridge, 1892, 300,000. 1986, 3.1 million. So, almost 100 years. So now we are 40 years and we're talking 17.1. How much in 100 years is it going to be to replace a $182 million bridge, which will come into the taxpayers at that time, because we will own the bridge? Not to mention that in 2050, we are looking at a zero carbon footprint state. So how easy is it going to be repairable in 25 years? Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to get those questions we need to get that letter out. Ed, have you, have you finalized the letter, those 8 questions, Ed?
Today, but going back to that list of questions, with the 45 questions that originally asked,
Yeah.
I didn't like the response that DOT saying, because a lot of the questions haven't been answered, but I think it's also a little bit premature on some of them, because we're just going on to the design or finalize, so that's where I think we down to these 8 questions, which is really more handful. I do think that we need to include that 106 question as well.
Sorry, unfortunately,
Can't hear you.
we
Ed.
can't hear you, Ed, sorry. Okay.
Ed, I just handed the board copies of the letter that you said was good to go.
Okay, thanks.
I
So-
think we need to add a one that Fernando had a question that he had.
Yeah, so DOT, as we've talked about it, Ed, DOT have said, even with a 106 review, if you were to have a 106 review, you're going to get the design that we've put together is what you'll get with a 106 review. So I think we talked about that, and I'd like to see that question in there, so that I want to hear in writing DOT's confirmation there that the design that we have and the bridge that they're putting together for us is exactly the same as we would achieve by going through a 106 review process.
And the 106 review, just for anybody listening, is the historic designation
Yep.
of the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay, I can add that back in and send it over.
Yeah, I think we exchanged a series of possible questions along that line, Ed. You've got them, right?
I do, yes.
Okay, great. Excellent. So we should be able to add that, and
Fine.
can we get it signed and off, or is that?
To expedite it, what you can do is you can authorize me to sign it on your behalf if you want. That way I can get it out tomorrow. Otherwise, you guys can all swing by
I
tomorrow
haven't
if
had
you
a
want.
chance to look at it. I mean, it's,
Okay,
Whatever you want to do.
whatever you want.
What do you guys want to
I
do?
don't even know what I'm looking, I mean, I just can't react and get the gentleman up at the microphone.
Totally
I'm
get it.
sorry.
Totally get it.
Okay.
Okay, no problem.
Well, when are we going to look at it? I mean, if we want to get it out, when are we,
I don't know. I don't even know why we're doing this.
The next time
That
would be
wasn't
2
part of
weeks.
any of those meetings.
2 weeks?
Well, cost is an integral part of
Yeah.
this as well. I mean, we're talking about, right now, we're talking about the logistics of a bridge. The elephant in the room
Yeah.
is, where's the money coming from, right? So I've spoken with folks all over town, and the vast majority have told me, don't raise my property taxes for this bridge. Now, with that said, if the state is going to reconsider to say, well, with the information we now have from Dr. Tingley and the SGH review, we'll take another look at it, I think that's an important component that we need DOT to opine upon. In any discussions I've been part of with DOT, they've been very clear that they want no part of a wooden bridge, but they're allowing us, they said we could do it at our own cost. And the residents I've spoken with said, don't even propose a property tax hike to me for a new bridge. So I'm open-minded, but I think we really need to nail down, and this goes to Paul's question, Paul Brogna's question about which alternatives the working group ought to be considering. We need to know what's likely to be funded, because if DOT continues to say, we don't care what the proposal is going to be, we're never going to fund it, that's something we need to know, because that's going to weigh heavily on the town's decision.
I also want to know, and I asked this question when Dr. Tingley made his presentation, I think, is that we need MassDOT to approve whatever design. And with whatever design Dr. Tingley's going to come up with, will MassDOT approve that? And I don't know that we've ever had the answer to that question.
Mike, if that letter, one of the questions is construction duration, sequencing, and environmental constraints. Can Mass DOT provide the anticipated construction schedule, sequencing plan, environmental permitting constraints, and expected seasonal construction restrictions? Note, Mass DOT indicated that 2 construction sequencing options are being developed with the shortest anticipated construction duration of approximately 3.5 years. Environmental permitting agencies may impose additional restrictions that could affect the schedule and timing in the in-water work. That's one of the questions, right? Yeah, that's your question, that's our question. So I really stress, Mike, please do read this.
Yeah,
All right?
I would have, yeah. I mean,
Please
I
do
just
read
got
this.
it.
Yeah, no, you got this, but yeah, I'm just asking, let's please, as a board, let's read this and get this letter with additional, the big ask question has been asked of us, right? If we do the 106 review and we get historic designation for this bridge, what does it give us? And DOT has said, has said verbally that what you're getting is what you would get if you had the historic designation. I would like to have that question asked and have DOT formally state that that is the case, all right? I want to answer that question with regards to the 106 review. So anyway, so I think we really need to progress, right? This letter, we need to get it out, and yeah, there's a timing issue, right? We need to get it out as soon as possible.
Agreed. But I do think that, Brian kind of hit the nail on the head. I've also talked to many folks, and that does seem to be the consensus, is that people are squeezed, and they don't, it's the price tag. But all of these other moving parts and things that we're hoping our advisors are looking into and things that other folks are looking into. The historical designation, the state we need to ask the question and put their feet to the fire and have them say one way or the other whether they would change any part of their design.
Right.
But funding also becomes a variable when it comes to the historic dezonation. It opens up our community preservation account to be utilized, which may actually, I'm questioning whether something actually has to be historically designated in which to use CPA funds. It could be, we need to explore those options, but there are so many questions. So I agree, we need to get that out. And there's also a legitimate legislative issue here, in that we are all taxpayers in this room. We're all spending money on our local taxes, our state taxes, and our federal taxes. And to have our state and feds saying that they are very happy to pay $170 million of our tax money on a bridge that all of us are going, well, really, the good thing about it is that it's free, when really we want a wooden bridge, but they won't, spend 17, a fraction of the 170. That just infuriates me. So I think, Ken Sweezy, your state reps, get on the phone, people. Start reaching out. This isn't right. So anyway.
And if I may, ma'am, Frank
Please.
Geisel, Pilgrim Byway. Hello.
That doesn't
Yes,
happen.
That doesn't work. You gotta be big voice.
gotta just
Speak
be
to
a
the
big
room.
voice.
I will be glad to speak to the room. Okay?
Please.
What I've heard, let me talk about some unanswered questions here. Number one, and the schedule and the timing and the pressure that we seem to be under about making equivalent designs and getting more information. More information, more detail takes what? Everybody? Oh,
Money.
we don't have time because we have a foot up our butt. Okay? Oh, we have to make a decision. I have asked a number of times, what is the DOT schedule currently? How much have they spent on this project to date? Does anyone here know?
1.7 million.
Pardon me?
1.7 million.
1.7 million.
Pardon?
From what time period, sir?
From when they first engaged.
And when was that?
You'd have to look at their website. It's on
No,
there.
I mean, how long have they been working on this project?
I don't know. You'd have to look at their website. It's on their
We
website.
don't know how long they've been working on the project.
Right now, I don't, but I could look it up.
What's
what's
the
your
point?
point? What's your point?
Let's
What's
move
your
on. We
point?
got so
We've
much
been
going
working
on.
on an alternative since December.
Okay, well,
We got 6 months, and you want me to come up with an equivalent design so that you can understand the costing. That's not gonna happen in 6 months.
I'm not asking you to do that.
We are
We're
asking,
talking.
we're asking each other to do this. We want to have an alternative. We want to be knowledgeable. We want to be well-informed. We want to understand the differences so that we can come up with the cost. I can't pull those out of my hat. Dan can't pull them out of his hat. He said the same thing to you. You want to be reasonable and you want to understand what the two alternatives are so that you can weigh them. Right? We haven't spent $1.7 million on anything. We haven't spent, because we just talked about how much we spent over the last, 6 months, because we've just gotten started working on this. You want reasonable answers? It's time. If we don't have time, why? We can't go to MassDOT and just say, just hold it. Just pause what you're doing. We can't do that? Tell me why. Here's a bunch of questions that we're asking.
we haven't
about-
been told, so this came up earlier tonight, and we have not been told that we have a deadline, and so until we have been told we have a deadline, I assume we have no deadline. So that is the way that we are moving forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Sheila Lynch Bentinen.
Sheila Lynch Benton, 344 West Street. I would like to object to asking DOT about a 106. DOT is civil engineering group. A 106 is applying to the Federal National Park Service, asking that it be not a National Historic Register bridge, but it eligible. And once you get eligibility, if you get eligibility, you get to add a consultant to the project who adds a historic designer to the bridge outside of DOT. Asking DOT if they want a historic designer added to the bridge is ridiculous. They do not want a 106. They hated the 106 in Chatham. And so you shouldn't be asking DOT, is the same bridge going to come out of a 106 or not? They'll say absolutely, but they're not the decision maker. When a 106 is approved as eligible, it adds a another designer, which they do not want. And what happened in Chatham, they were at 25% civil engineer highway design. The local citizens went nuts. They got a 106. It added another firm that added more wood, more things the citizens wanted. And DOT had to add those elements and work with the community. What we have now, right now, is a process with a bunch of civil engineers with one consultant saying, we are doing a 106. They're not. They're not listening to the community about a concrete. Most people I talk to don't want a concrete and steel bridge. So asking DOT to be the final arbiter about a 106 question is like asking the fox in the henhouse. Absolutely, don't ask them about a 106. And even if they say this bridge is what you're going to get with a 106, they don't have the authority to do that. They're the DOT civil engineers. It's the National Historic Register in Washington that has the authority, that would add an outside designer, and it would create a process of listening more to the community using the federal funds. I find the notion of a concrete steel bridge, 172 million, be all wood bridge, 17 million. It should be, in my opinion, it is a historic bridge. We should get a 106. We should get a community designer added to the project, and the DOT engineers should listen more. We can spend their 172 million working with a historic designer and listening more to what the community wants, and painting it as 17 million or a steel and concrete bridge is wrong. And don't ask DOT in Taunton about 106. They don't want it. They don't want to work with another design firm. But what does this community want? And if this Board of Selectmen ends up with a concrete and steel bridge without listening to the community, you will be remembered for bringing that to this town.
Amy, can I just mention that
Cindy.
I think we're off track.
I think we
I think
are.
we're way off track, and it was our fault, because we started talking about these questions and whatever, but we were supposed to only be discussing this peer engineering peer review, and we're now talking about DOT, and I think maybe it's
And
time
DOT,
to...
that
And they're
is coming
coming
up
in a
in
couple of
July
weeks.
20th,
Yeah,
correct?
so I think it's
Is that
time
the
for us
date?
to move on.
No.
Hold on.
Hold on. July 20th, the Powder Point Bridge Advisory Committee is supposed to come in.
Okay.
But
So
DOT's
that's-
coming back.
Yes,
They
they're
are coming back
at some point in the
A good
future.
time to talk about it is with
Alicia, would you
them.
mind holding your question till the next meeting?
Sure.
Or is, because
It wasn't really a question. I just wanted to, in terms of cost, I know cost has been talked about. We haven't really had a chance to explore. Megan Barber, who was a guest during the presentation, there are lots of buckets of money out there that we haven't had a chance to explore, so we want to make sure that we appreciate that as well.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you. No, I appreciate that, Alicia.
Any further comments on matters that maybe haven't been touched on? Because this is an ongoing conversation. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Okay, hearing none. Anything else from the board?
Thank you very much, by the way,
Thank you.
Charles,
Thank you,
Chuck,
Chuck.
and Paul, thank you.
This is the first test for the candidates for planning board.
Why is this not the next thing on my,
It should be just,
oh, here it is, okay. The new agenda outline is a little.
we have to move along, I'm not gonna...
All right, our next item on the agenda tonight is a joint meeting with the planning board to interview and discuss a candidate to fill the vacancy left by Wayne Dennison. The following candidates, Mr. Gaines is the one.
Yeah.
Sorry?
You know, there's lots of seats right in the front, and you'll be able to hear Amy speaking without any problem at all. Please do come to the front if you have trouble hearing. Lots of seats, please.
I have a very big voice, too.
Oh, all right, sorry.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
So we have a joint meeting with the planning board. We're interviewing candidates to fill the vacancy left by Wayne Dennison. We have 3 candidates this evening, Joanne Kingsley, John Russell, and Taylor Doyle. We are, I'm assuming that the planning board has called their meeting to order. You're still in session. Okay. So this is a process where we interview the candidates, and then we will try to discuss and make the appointment. It's uncomfortable to be appointed to a board or committee. It isn't uncomfortable. I was first appointed to the planning board this same way, so it's a humbling experience, but we'll get through it.
And it's only on the internet forever.
It's right.
So,
Luckily,
no
back when-
pressure.
Okay, so we all have our resumes.
Yep,
And your
Very
list-
impressive group.
yes.
And you have a list of questions, prescribed
I have to
questions.
get to that.
Yep.
I'm going to ask the chair of the planning board, I think, to start by, do we want to have the applicants first introduce themselves and say a little something about themselves, and then you can launch into some questions that you've prepared?
Yes, I think what we'll do, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
only for the folks at home.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's why I
yeah.
wasn't
Doesn't
hearing it.
amplify.
That's, okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you. All right, so yes, a couple of things I wanted to just say that one, we're delighted to spend some time with the select board and our community members, and of course, the 3 members of our community have raised their hands to volunteer for this. We have asked the candidates to provide us with a letter of interest and a resume, which you've seen, which are in your packets tonight. Tonight, we'll ask them some questions that we've agreed on and that have been vetted by HR. We would like to strike one question and add a question, and I ran the question we want to add by Rainey. I don't think anybody's going to mind if we drop a question.
for it.
And then at the end of the meeting, as Amy indicated, we'll have some discussions amongst the planning board. We'll call for a roll call vote, and then I think it goes to the select board to do that. And as Amy said, this is an unusual process, and it can be a little uncomfortable, but yet it provides transparency and fairness for everybody, so that's part of it. So we do have 8 candidates, and so what we were thinking, Amy, was that we would do this alphabetically, start with Taylor Doyle, then go to Joanne Kingsley, and then John Russell, and the first question would be about, please tell us about yourself. And then we'd go from there. And in an effort to, and then from there, what we have with the 8 questions, we figured that whoever was number 2nd on the last question will be first on the next question, so that we'll rotate through, and everybody gets a chance at a first question.
Okay,
Do we
sounds
need to
good.
pause?
Sounds like
Are you guys-
a
are we
good
okay to
plan.
proceed?
Let's get going.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, great. And then also in an effort, so since we're getting to know the candidates, we wanted to allow them to get to know the planning board. So the planning board members are going to ask a question too, to give everybody a chance to do that. So if we're ready to get started, I'll let Mr. Lambert get seated.
Sorry to be delayed.
That's all right. We've got the planning board in front with our planning director. We ready to go?
Yes.
All right, so first up, we will ask Taylor Doyle to come forward. And then we'll have Joanne, then we'll have Joanne Russell and Joanne Kingsley and John Russell. So Taylor, if you wouldn't mind, so first of all, thank you very much.
Taylor, nice to meet you.
Thank you for being here. If you wouldn't mind telling us a little bit about yourself.
Yes, absolutely. Hello, my name is Taylor Doyle. I live at 825 Temple Street. I've been a resident in Duxbury since 2020, right before COVID got in under the wire. I'm a civil engineer. Great day to be a civil engineer. It's been the hot topic of the whole meeting. So, I feel.
Are you
like
any good at cost estimates?
I am not giving out any cost estimates today. I work in design of roads, utilities, and various developments, doing zoning compliance checks and finding development uses in various areas. Most of my work is in the Washington, D.C. metro area. Originally lived down there for a couple of years, and through COVID ended up working back down there while living up here. I have been involved in various different boards and different portions of management of HOA boards and the like throughout the last 10, 15 years. And I felt that as someone who has experience in analyzing zoning ordinances and understanding them, and this certainly is not my first planning board meeting. I've been at ones that last until 2 a.m. So no stranger to the planning board or select board or any type of hearings. And I felt that I could lend a hand in better understanding the zoning bylaws and assist in the town.
Thank you.
Next up, we'll have Joanne Kingsley, and she is online. So Joanne, if you wouldn't mind just telling us a little bit about yourself.
Joanne, may I just say one thing before you start? I'm going to recuse myself because I'm a friend of one of the candidates, and I don't want to show any partiality or bias. So I'm going to step away from this. I won't tell you who it is
Right.
or anything like that. So.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, go ahead, Joanne.
Yes, my name is Joanne Kingsley. I live at 126 Lakeshore Drive, Duxbury, Mass. I've been here, first moved here in 1983, then I left for a few years and I was back in 1992. I don't have a lot of qualifications as far as a planning background, but I am an involved citizen that goes on in the town, and I think some may understand that doesn't seem like a lot, but in my experience as a nurse for 40 years, I'm still working. I did feel that sometimes not having all that background might be a good clean view of some of the questions that regular citizens have going forward, and I'm very interested in how the town works on its planning.
Great, thank you very much. Next up, I will ask John Russell to come up.
Thank you. Very nice to meet you. Thank you. Members of both boards, thank you very much. I feel like this is my first interview in a while, so forgive me. My name is John Russell. I live on Hornbeam Road here in Duxbury. I moved here in 2017 with my family. I have 2 children, 11 and 8, well, almost 8. I've been an attorney since 2005. I'm a corporate real estate attorney and land use attorney. I'm head of the corporate department of Adler, Pollock & Sheehan. I'm also on the executive committee of the firm that runs our 6 offices with 4 other people: Boston, Newport, Providence, New York, most recently New Bedford and New Hampshire. I've been working in zoning, planning, Board of Selectmen, Concom, various meetings, both in Massachusetts and Rhode Island, primarily 50-50, I would say, between the Commonwealth and the state of Rhode Island. I work every day out of the Newport office. Yes, it's easier to get there than Boston. My friends make fun of me every day. But yes, I work in the Boston office frequently. Like I said, I'm in front of all the boards in both states. I have a few projects around here: Rochester, Bridgewater, currently projects, both in front of planning boards. Like my predecessor up here, I'm not shy of the 2 o'clock in the morning meetings.
I am.
I know. Well, it depends what your client wants.
You did it for years.
Sometimes if you tire the board out. No, I'm just kidding. So that's a little bit of my background. Like I said, graduate Roger Williams Law School, tax degree at BU in Boston, and went to Gettysburg College undergrad, and I've been practicing since 2005. Actually 2006, excuse me. So that's my story. I love the town. Thought that I could lend some of my professional experience to help. We love it here. It's been great to us so far. And, hopefully we have many more years to come.
Great. Thank you.
I'd just like to see her.
Madam Chair, Steve Gant, 265 West Street, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. And I will be asking the second question of the candidates here. Just wanted to preface, I know exactly what you folks are going through. I did the same thing. And yes, so you have a kindred spirit here. So the second question that I have for you is, well, and you've kind of touched on it already, talking about your professional background, and perhaps go in more detail than you've done already, if you've already done that. Talk about your professional background in planning or elsewhere and how relevant that would be
for a position on the planning board. And so here, I would like for Ms. Kingsley to start first, and then I'd like Mr. Russell to answer second, and Mr. Doyle to answer third. Thank you.
Ms. Kingsley.
Yes. Yes, I don't have the planning background, but I do have the experience, knowledge of being a resident. I do have some degrees in nursing management. I just feel as not knowing all that planning, sometimes it's a benefit to find out what more we might ask in a different way.
Thank you.
Glad to have another kindred spirit, so thank you. Vice Chair, my planning and zoning background, like I said, I've been on the opposite side of all of you in here. So, I appreciate that. I've been in front of the varying degrees of boards. Every city, town, municipality is different. You have to learn each project, each municipality. So I view my past, my experience, to bring an unbiased view to the town, listen to the community, our experts, et cetera, co-members of the planning board, the select board, et cetera. So I'm happy to go into any more, if that's a follow-up question about specific projects or what I've done, I'm happy to do that as well.
Maybe an example or two of projects that you've worked on.
Sure. So the one I'm doing right now in Bridgewater, it's a commercial use. We just had our first technical review, TRC, meeting there. We're pretty far ahead on the engineering. We're about to go through site plan review, and after that, follow up with we have 2 or 3 special permits to do there. So this project is a little easier than most. We'll take those when we can get them. But that's a current project that I'm working on. The other one in Rochester is a little more complicated. It's a joint venture agreement between another commercial developer and an individual next door doing a 40B project, which has caused some, our clients are not on the same page there, but
Big surprise.
yeah, exactly. So those are 2 of the projects I'm doing now. I just did in Rhode Island, it's called Low to Moderate Income Housing Project in the town of Portsmouth. It was one of the first in the state there. Just like Duxbury, hard to imagine what a low to moderate income 2-bedroom, 1-bath is down there. But that was quite an interesting project. The state codified the LMI, we'll call it, ordinance, and every town has to adopt that. So it was really one of the first impressions, and it really obviates local planning and zoning. It gives developers the right to, put in bigger, different projects than they otherwise would if you use a certain component, in this case 25%.
We're aware. So you were representing the applicant in that?
I represented the applicant. He's a friend. He's a local, so he built a nice project. It's not one that he could have. He chose the.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
No.
Oh.
Yeah, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so
We
as
had a script, so you got to be careful.
Oh, really?
Well,
Yeah, pre-screened questions.
yeah.
Pre-screens questions, right?
Yeah.
But, God.
Because you have to ask the same question of each candidate.
Oh, right then.
Sorry, Fernando.
This is what we're on.
Yeah, I know, sorry, okay. I was just going to ask, oh, that's a matter. I can't ask it.
I know, I have a question too I want to ask, but I can't.
Yeah, I was right, okay.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll ask you afterwards.
Mr. Doyle.
Yes. Much like John, most of my professional career spent on this side of the meeting, where we're representing typically the applicants. I'm a civil engineer, so we design most of the developments from. We're currently working on a small 5-townhouse development to a 104-lot subdivision, to a golf course, a school, a church, all different types of projects that we're working on to make sure, A, that we're complying with the various zoning regulations, which are constantly changing, so keeping up with the constant nuances that come with those, as well as working with the planning staff, the planning board, to understand how these zoning regulations are being interpreted. I work in probably a dozen different jurisdictions that all have different zoning ordinances, and each one has a different way of kind of understanding how a certain part of the ordinance is written. You might think in one ordinance that a front setback is a certain distance or a certain orientation, but in another it's completely different. And so making sure that not only you understand those regulations, but as board members that are setting these regulations, understanding how those regulations are going to be interpreted, and making sure that when you're setting these regulations that they're very clear. And so a lot of our time is actually spent in that back and forth with the planning staff and the various members of the board to make sure that we're all on the same page, because no one wants to get to hearing and have a complete misunderstanding as to how something is being oriented. I did spend a couple of years in the construction industry. I worked for Suffolk Construction, working on the Terminal E expansion at Logan Airport. So when they were talking about the nuanced aspect of the Massachusetts labor market in public projects, I certainly understand that. And that was, as someone who, I grew up in Rhode Island, went to University of Rhode Island, and lived in Virginia for a couple of years, which didn't have the same union mentality as Massachusetts does. It was certainly eye-opening when I was working up there to see kind of how that public sector gets their projects done. It's certainly a different cost level than necessarily the private sector. So again, currently working on a couple of projects down in Virginia and DC. We actually just started our first project in Rhode Island in Westerly, so that was a fun experience, again, trying to understand a new zoning ordinance and bringing the aspects of the old zoning ordinances that you do know to help fully understand that new one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rob. I'm Jay Carpenter, 267 Summer Street, a clerk on the planning board. Been on the planning board a couple of years, a lifelong resident. So the next question is about the character of Duxbury, protecting the character of Duxbury. And the question is, many people speak about protecting the character of Duxbury. What does this mean to you personally? And I guess we'll start, I don't know if it's a particular order. John, would you like to go first?
Thank you. Boy, I appreciate that. That's a great question. So I would start by saying I was lucky enough to grow up in Connecticut, a town much like Duxbury. I would say not as beautiful. My dad would kill me to say that, but Westbrook, Connecticut, next to Old Saybrook. But a very beautiful town, much like this, a lot smaller, 5,000 single residents. So you asked, that's a loaded question. I mean that with all due respect. I know you asked it that way. Moved here in 17, love the quality of life that myself and my family have had so far. Took a couple years to make some friends, but I have quite a few of them now. We're highly involved in charitable events. And what I would like to take the view, if I were, lucky enough to be appointed, would be an unbiased view. I mean, I've only been here since 2017. So I think we have to take a varying degree of what folks from the community, both those like yourself, a lifetime resident, to those like me, carpetbaggers, that have moved here, and see what the goal is of the town. How can we help? So I know that's almost a political question or answer. Not really answering the question, but as a new resident, I'd love to, see what we can do to help and mesh the old with the new, kind of like my law firm. I was the new guy. They didn't like me I'm just kidding, but we had to blend the new and the old. I see it now. Now I'm one of the older guys there. So that's my answer. I'd like to, do it the best I can. Because I don't have an agenda yet, right?
Yeah, so, I think the character of Duxbury, much like John, new to the area, 2020, so only been here for 6 years. And there's a reason why people come here. You can't say that, hey, this is a place that everybody wants to come to. We should change it to something that we want it to be because, this is how we grew up or this is how we like it. And so, keeping an eye on that is one of the main aspects of maintaining character. But as we know from I don't know how, I haven't looked at my watch, but however long conversation we just had, character comes with a cost. And so, trying to balance that character of being a semi-rural town, as it's put in the comprehensive plan, and also trying to bring additional tax base so that we can afford these things that support the character. And I think part of that comes with beneficial planning and planning that is forward-thinking. One of the main jurisdictions that I do work in is the city of Alexandria, Virginia, and if anyone has ever been there, or if you have not, I recommend going. It's a beautiful town, and they have a lot of historic areas that have been supported by good planning over time. And I've seen that throughout my time there, that in order to maintain character, there is aspects of the cost of doing business. And most of the benefits that happen in that town are through development and through expansion of the different things that are provided there. And so, I think Duxbury is very uniquely positioned in the area. You have Marshfield and Situate and Plymouth. We're basically surrounded by these commercial giants, if you will, that we don't have to be them, but there's certainly ways to maintain the character while still allowing for smart development that supports the town and supports the longevity of the town and all these different aspects that we're trying to achieve.
Thanks, Joe. And I guess Joanne?
Yes, hi. So I grew up in Randolph. I don't know if anybody knows too much about that. But and then I moved to Situate before we came to Duxbury. And I have to say the character of Duxbury was quite interesting. In fact, we had a dirt road when we first moved here to Lakeshore Drive. I actually lived the street 50 years prior because my dancing school teacher actually had a summer home on the street. And I think there's a lot of character to the town. I also feel that you can preserve the character of the town and allow for the growth to occur too. There's nothing wrong with that. I also feel that there's more need for pro on helping the residents maintain this and still maintain a sense of maybe going forward with being a little bit more proactive, getting more money into the town so that it doesn't always necessarily fall on the residents. I'm a firm believer in that. I mean, I love Duxbury. I do live on a part of Duxbury that a lot of people don't even know that there's two parts to some of the streets. Some in another town and some in Duxbury. But it's an area that's kind of secluded, which is kind of nice. I respect that. There's a lot of things that are frustrating in the town over the years we've lived here since 1983. That I think sometimes there's not a lot of open-mindedness, that there's sometimes two ways of doing things, and I think everybody's voice should be taken into consideration. But Duxbury in itself is a wonderful town. I've enjoyed living here, raised 3 children here. I have a daughter and her children, a husband that are living in Duxbury as well, and now we're home. So I do respect the character of Duxbury, and I think preserving is good, but I also think we need to go forward and bring it into maybe not as much of the giants as we say they're around sometimes, but I really don't think that it was a lovely community too. It has some industry. The only town around that doesn't have really industry is Duxbury. So it's contributed to its own little struggles as far as not having that input in small business, which I support 100% Duxbury, and the whole character of the founding of Duxbury as well. So that's my contribution of towards the town of Duxbury. I'd love to see it go forward, but you can do that by keeping the charm as well.
Thanks, Joanne.
Mr. Gann.
Okay, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the next question, so for each of you three, since you applied or put your hat in the ring for the position, have you taken any steps to familiarize yourselves with some of the issues that are currently before the Duxbury Planning Board? And I think we'd start with Taylor, do Joanne second, and then John third.
So I would say, to answer that question as far as specific cases that are in front of the planning board, I have not reviewed any of the items that are on the agendas that are coming up over the coming weeks. I did start my research as I knew that I was putting my hat in the ring more on a holistic view, as I would with any new jurisdiction coming in. I reviewed the comprehensive plan. I couldn't quote every single piece of it, but generally understanding the main goals of the jurisdiction is kind of always the first place to start. I looked at some general items in the zoning ordinance, just as it pertains to the various zones and overlays that are in town. One of the things that when I don't know if it was when the request for this portion or it was in the Duxbury Clipper about write-in ballots, was talking about the recodification of the bylaws. And again, as I mentioned, throughout my time as an engineer, we work with the folks in the planning departments, to work through the issues of disconnect between the town or the city and the regulations that have been written. And so I have a lot of experience in understanding where people have failed in their wording and where the gaps are in that wording. And I felt based on that main item that is to be coming before the planning board, within this term, I felt uniquely qualified to be able to assist in that specific item based on the pitfalls that I've seen, and benefits. There's certainly well-written zoning ordinances that have some good definitions and code sections. So, not so much as a specific projects or things like that, but more so on a holistic view.
Thank you.
And Joanne, you're next.
Sure. I've been thoroughly involved in this with the battery storage issue in Duxbury, which is now spreading to other towns as well. The town's issue as far as the depth that they went to do the research and protecting our natural environment as well as our future environment. That this is a very important aspect, and I think the town kind of really rallied around that. I think it's important to keep an eye open on what's happened in the past and how much it can affect our future with these battery storage areas. Make sure if you do something like that, you've got 100% protection, which I don't think you can guarantee that, of protecting your town. The other thing that I feel very heavily about is the MBTA compliance zoning thing. I've gone to some of the meetings on that. I think that it's something that's being dictated and there are bylaws, but should it come down to that, I think there could be a way of working around keeping the environment that we support, and by protecting it by doing that with control of making sure that it's keeping that charm that the town has, but still trying to meet the other issues halfway.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne. John?
I have not, to follow the agenda specifically and the individual items in front of the planning board. That said, I've reviewed, the comp plan. I've looked at the zoning bylaw. I know, I'm aware that, there's some items that probably would need to be addressed in there with overlay districts or defining uses that I know that are not in there. And I've also been focused on, lately, I guess you could say, it's by living close to Hall's Corner. There's the whole, proposed plan for that in terms of pedestrian, vehicular safety, crosswalks, and all of that. So again, to echo my colleague up here on the podium, it is just sort of keeping an overall view and sense to date with the larger issues. the town faces, including the Powder Point Bridge, which we just heard, obviously. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Jim
Mr.
Lampert,
Lambert.
148 Washington Street, and I'm the newest member of the planning board, and I want to thank all of you people for not running against me when I met each other. My question is, do you think you might have the time and interest in working on specific planning projects? And let me give you a specific example that there is a group subcommittee of the planning board now that is spending a great deal of time trying to develop a desk bylaw. And there are undoubtedly going to be other similar time-consuming projects that come down the pike.
Do you want to have Joanne start first?
I think I have Joanne is up first.
Thank you. Joanne, you're up.
Thanks, Amy.
Can you just repeat what bylaw he was mentioning on that subcommittee? I could not hear it.
The best bylaw, basically.
She's familiar with that bylaw.
The guest,
The
best bylaw.
The battery storage.
Battery storage bylaw.
Yeah.
Yes, I am familiar with that. Thank you. Yeah, I believe in a lot. I know there's a lot of time involved in a lot of committees that have gone on. I actually, at one point, had gotten involved in the sidewalk committee in Washington Street with a suggestion, which I was vocal about. Never was even taken into consideration, but it was something that would have been something different, new to the town. I understand there's a lot of time involved in subcommittees and finding out the information. Yes, if I could be vested in that type of planning.
Thank you. Who do you want to go next? Do you have a preference? Whoever feels like getting up.
Get the steps in. Sure, would be happy where time permits to assist on any committee, both those that, like I said, Hall's Corner affects me because I'm right there, or any other committees or projects that I'm not familiar with. I had an important point there to say, or at least in my mind. But no, I would love to do that. I know, one thing when we're in front of boards often on this side, engineers and lawyers, is I see you get in front of a board, never the planning board, and they haven't done their research, they haven't reviewed plan sets, submissions, application packets. So obviously, I would commit to doing that in advance before the meeting, and yeah, happy to serve where time permits on whatever committee is available, or ones that you think I might be able to help you on.
Yep.
Because I think everyone brings different levels and types of experience. But thank you.
Thank you.
As far as available time, I'll make no mistakes about it that I am a professional. I still am working. I have my job to deal with. I am the owner of my company, so that certainly takes its time, and I also have children. So, I'm not going to tiptoe around those aspects, but as I mentioned in my letter of intent, I'm very good at managing my time. When I was in the University of Rhode Island, I was the founding president of a fraternity that now has a continuous member of 125 to 150 members, so a very successful fraternity. When I was, after I graduated and moved down to Virginia, while working, I got my MBA for all night classes, and then when I was done with that, while I was working, I was also the HOA president for my condominium association. I've always been someone that likes a lot of things on his plate, and I certainly have the time to square away in order to assist with the various different items that are going on. As anyone knows, with all these positions, that everyone is clearly taking time out of their days, like all of you here. You do it because you want to make a difference. You want to assist in making those decisions that as everyone has kind of said here, everyone wants to be in Duxbury. You want to be here for the rest of your life, and you're doing it to better not just now but the long term, making the decisions, the hard ones like the Powder Point Bridge, that allows the future generations to hopefully succeed, and that certainly keeps me interested in all this, and certainly willing to apply my time accordingly.
Thank you.
Hi, Lauren Soroy, 32 Hunt Farm Drive. My question is, what is your biggest planning concern at this time? We'll start with John.
I think the biggest planning concern would be balance of maintaining the current culture of the town versus the increased costs that we all face. And I don't recall if it's 3% commercial tax base, but I think that's the rub is balancing, maintaining the town how it is versus bringing in new growth, raising revenue so we don't have to continually increase property taxes to construct things like the Powder Point Bridge. So I would see that, and then I would see focusing on, I think the sidewalks were a great addition to Washington Street. So I'd like to see more safety around Hall's Corner, Washington, other areas outside of there as well. So I would think that those two, obviously you have the MBTA issue. I don't really know much about that. I haven't really done anything in that realm. And then you have the housing, which is always an issue in every community, and bettering our school system to the extent that we can, and funding new schools if we have to. So it's a long-winded way. I know that's like 5 things, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Doyle?
Hard to follow John on that one because it's a lot of the top items, but of the items that are facing this town, I think cost and growth are some of the bigger issues. Growth, as Joanne had indicated, slightly being forced by the MBTA regulations, where, again, as I mentioned previously, proper planning and proper forethought as to where that increased growth is going to come from is certainly something to make sure that is properly thought of now, so we don't have to be forced upon something as the years go on, and that coattails into the cost aspect because there has been continual overrides being requested, and part of that comes from the restrictions on the tax increases, but also the ability to grow the community, and again to do it in a way that does not lose the character of the community, but allows for things that not just the big ticket items like the Powder Point Bridge, but connectivity throughout the town, whether it's for seniors or for sidewalks and bike lanes to bring people from the rural parts of the town into the commercial parts so that they can enjoy it and spend money in these commercial areas.
Thank you. Oh, Joanne?
Yes. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. I do really feel like I have a lot of concerns about, as a senior, if I'm still working to stay here, that we can still respect getting the growth that we need for our schools and keeping our seniors here. It's been an attempt to try and do this, but sometimes I see it being lost. I really feel like keeping the character of the town is important, but it also needs growth. We need to try and hold our taxes in check. We all make hard choices all the time about budgets. I feel like spending sometimes gets out of hand. We have some very serious situations in the town, school buildings, and the health of everybody, as well as the importance of keeping our providers and our first responders the world gets heavy on them as well. I think it's a difficult balance, and sometimes
there's some hard choices to be made, but I think they have to be made, and spending sometimes has to have a noose put on it, and maybe stretched out to another time. I think sometimes it's gotten out of hand, and you can have an alternative for one thing, doing it a different way, but that way may sound kind of simple, but it gets put away because we have to do a more range way of doing it. I think we need to be thoughtful of those characters. Safety as well. The rural areas of Duxbury, the streets aren't safe for biking or even walking sometimes. Even though the states come up with laws, people should move over. It still concerns me when I see those situations. The growth is important, but it has to be a controlled growth that can somewhere meet a middle line. And as well as the water situation that we face, I think we need to be conscious of that as well.
Thank you. Another question?
Hey all, Matthew Ray. I've been a member of the planning board for a few years now. I have sat where both of you guys said, and Joanne, you're doing great, each of you, and you are nearing the end of the gauntlet of questions. Mine's pretty easy. Have any of you ever served on an appointed or an elected committee? And in order of answering, we're going to go Taylor first, followed by Joanne, and then John.
I would say outside of college, the only elected or appointed position that I've held is on my HOA board. We had 81 units where we had to manage the residents, manage the budget of that of our condominium association. We had a pool which added a whole nother aspect of the costs to that board. I served as president for 3 years, and I was another the under board members for another year and a half before that. So it's certainly taught that you have to be a good steward from a fiduciary standpoint for all the folks that elected you there and the folks that you basically work for, and it allowed me to understand where best practices are for budgeting and how to best serve those people, because you have to go to them every month and tell them exactly what you're doing and why you're doing it. Why are we spending X amount of dollars to maintain the pool every year? Because only X number of people enjoy it. But there's certainly all those hard conversations that you have to have, and the outside items like doing reserve studies and having engineers come to look at the property and things like that you have to coordinate outside of just the actual meeting. So it was definitely a good experience in that type of environment.
Thank you. Joanne, I think you were next.
Okay. I did volunteer, was part of back in the 80s in the Duxbury schools as far as doing the times for start times on a voluntary committee, more or less appointed with that, and have worked with many of the sports teams over the years refereeing. As far as personally, I'm a nurse. I'm in the union, the Mass Nurse Association. I'm treasurer for the region. Very active in supporting safe patient care and handling and the rights of both patients and nurses. So I do have that was an elected position in the union. As far as the volunteer was more or less working with the schools and different projects that have come around as a parent and et cetera, to be involved in.
Thank you. And John.
As far as a public appointment or election, I've never been appointed or elected to a public or civic board. My law firm is composed of about 75, 80 attorneys, and in 2018 I was appointed, or rather elected, head of the corporate department, and then subsequent to that I've been elected by the shareholders to serve on the executive committee with 4 of my partners to run the firm, and that includes everything from creating and managing the budget, both globally for the firm at large and then all the individual offices, and obviously manage all the managers, so to speak, the staff, all the way down to that. So it is something I take very seriously, to be appointed by these folks, and I've worked, that's the only law firm I've ever been at. I'm one of the owners, so, I take that very seriously and have to manage that every day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess this question, if I'm right, starts with Joanne. If the nature of your work could potentially put you in a position where your professional responsibility to your employer or your firm's employer's clients are potentially adverse to the best interests of the town, how would you handle that?
And I think, Joanne, we're starting with you.
What's that question?
They added it.
Oh, that. So sneaky questions.
I try and separate my work and my personal and town, but it does, because the town where I work is actually out of the community area. But I also feel that I would never try and adversely affect either one. Yes, my employer does pay my salary, and I have expectations to meet. Fortunately, I'm an overnight worker, so I don't usually have too much conflict. But as far as anything adversely affecting the town, I really don't see how that would affect anything in my job.
Thank you, Joanne. And then did you say John next, or?
I think Taylor's next.
Taylor's next.
No, excuse me, John is.
John?
So, in my world, it's pretty easy as an attorney in the state of Commonwealth of Massachusetts, state of Rhode Island, and state of Connecticut. We're obligated to act under the professional rules of conduct, which I would apply here. I would have to recuse myself if there was a project that involved a friend, a colleague. I've never appeared in front of any boards in Duxbury for any of my clients. So that would be the answer. And if I wasn't sure, I'd ask the planning director, I'd ask legal counsel for the town on guidance on what to do. But I would always err on the side of being more responsible and making sure we follow the rules.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Taylor?
Yeah, so much like John, with civil engineering, you have certain restrictions and requirements that you have to adhere to from an ethics perspective. So, much like has happened with the general voting for this position, you recuse yourself from something that you might be slightly biased as far as your decision. As I mentioned in my letter of intent, most of my, and I've said throughout the night, most of my work is in the DC area. So it would be shocking that I would have something before the planning board as far as my clients. And so I think well suited to not have that happen frequently, if not at all. And from a day-to-day basis, as far as how you serve on the board, while John and I, and myself in particular, are in the environment that we're constantly on this side of the podium in these planning board meetings, that doesn't necessarily mean that we have a development mindset or a town second mindset. I think it helps to be on this side because it allows you to understand where the pain points are, and if we as a board can establish good regulations that alleviate those pain points, it allows for better long-term success and better health of all the projects that come through. So, just because we're on this side of the table more often than not, I think that's certainly more of a strength than a weakness.
Thank you. Before we wrap the questions up, I do want to respect that a member of the select board did have a question. This is an important decision on behalf of the community. So if you had a question that, again, it would need to be asked of all three of the candidates. Fernando, I'm happy to, and Brian and Cindy as well.
Well, that's very, very kind of you for that. I do appreciate that. I heard the answer to the question
Oh.
from a couple of the candidates, so
Okay, so you're all set?
I'm good. They've answered my question without even knowing that they answered my question.
Brian
so.
or Cindy, did you have a
No.
question that you felt wasn't touched on?
No, I think it's good. I think I'm good.
It's a good list.
I'd like to ask a question, if I may. And that is that, given that less than 25% of Duxbury has been or is being developed, what is your vision as to the future of the remaining undeveloped land? And I'll start with Taylor.
That's a very good question to be the first one for. I would say that certainly is a statistic that I'm not acutely aware of. I think part of what Duxbury prides itself upon is a lot of times it's written on the websites or things like that when you read about Duxbury is the 1 acre zoning, and I think as kind of laid out in the comprehensive plan, everything starts with the commercial areas and then kind of emanates out. And so if there's ways to properly plan for that undeveloped area, such that as you kind of work from those highly populated areas with better amenities, as it's already kind of provided with the multi-unit development that can happen adjacent to those areas. If you properly plan through zoning bylaws or comprehensive plan maps and things like that, you can better situate those properties. And what happens a lot in Alexandria, Virginia, and Arlington, Virginia, even in Fairfax, there's through the planning department, some of these properties are targeted as far as saying, this area. I lived right next door to a coal power plant, and when I was there, it closed, and it's now just being, starting to be developed. And again, through the planning department and the planning commission, they targeted these properties and said, okay, these properties that are going to not service the use that they're currently serving, in all essence vacant. How do we best plan for those, and how do we best utilize those areas to provide certain things for the community, whether it's tech space or health space or art or different things that serve the community. Again, I don't necessarily have an idea of saying put a hotel or in a casino there, but certainly
Over my dead body.
yeah, exactly. But again, properly planning for those and how they interact with the areas adjacent to them, I think is the best way forward.
Thank you. John?
So, follow up with Taylor, I think you have to look at the particular pieces of property where they're currently located, what zones they're in. Again, it's that balance I've alluded to a couple times this evening about keeping the culture of the town. Open space is very important to a lot of people. I take my dogs for a hike in the town forest. I have a Boston whale, I use the bay. So striking that balance is something that we'll have to look into. You don't want spot zoning, of course, with taking one parcel and making it commercial, residential, etc. Typically, in the jurisdictions I practice in, that's a big problem. So I think it's about studying, understanding what the town wants, what the needs are. I think really just being prepared would be the best answer versus making a rational or an irrational, quick decision would be how I'd approach these, and look at the guidance of those that have lived and worked here longer than I have, coupled with those that have more recently moved here, such as myself, and the changing wants of both sides. So thank you.
Thank you. And Joanne?
Yes. It depends on what kind of development, as far as the building and all of that. Keeping in with the character of the town and having control over that with a careful planning, with the zoning is important. But also that Duxbury's a right to farm community, and seeing that
a lot of cranberry bogs have been being built on in other towns. I think it's important that we keep our thoughts on keeping those areas what they're meant for, as well as putting some of these open spaces into more useful, maybe educational farming. I saw the Neil Farm is now, I think they're doing like a goat farming there and making good use of that space. So that's continued on. There's many spaces that can be continued like that have popped up in Duxbury recently. I think doing those kinds of open spaces can make it more of something that can be used for teaching as well as being used for the community in itself.
Okay, thank you, Joanne.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Kristen.
Joanne. All right, we have 2 questions left. So the next one is really from us to you, and then the last question will be for you to be able to ask us any questions. Okay, so the last question really for you is, why should you be selected and why are you the best person to fill this vacancy? So we'll start with John, and then we'll go to Taylor, and then to Joanne.
Thanks a lot. I'm glad I got you got the tough question. So I'll start with, I guess, the latter portion. I've been thinking about getting involved in some capacity, mostly on the planning side. I also considered zoning at one point. So it's something that's been always on my mind to do. When I saw the posting earlier this year, it felt right. I contacted the town, filed my application, and it felt like I wanted to give back something based on what I do every day, lend my experience where I can. So it just felt right. I didn't take Mr. Lampert's, or apply, rather. I know I mentioned that. I'm sorry, what was the first part of it?
It was just, why should you be selected, why are you the best person?
Okay. Well, I would like to say before that Joanne and Taylor are really excellent candidates. What I've heard from both of them, you'd be well served by them as well. If there were 3, I think it'd be great to have all of us, because they both seem very passionate. I would just like to say I don't think I'm a better candidate. I really want to do it. And I think my professional background can, like I said, lend some assistance, and the love for the town, and like I said, we've been here for some time now, would be my answer. So I'd really like to do it if the town would have me, but I do think both the other candidates are very good as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
So I'm going to start a little corny, so bear with me. When this first came up, and John, you had me wrong. I did slightly run against you in the actual election. I did a small grassroots write-in campaign, but I didn't get nearly enough votes. I don't know nearly enough people in Duxbury yet to overcome all the folks that you had come vote for you. But when that initial when I read the first article about there not being enough folks, or there was no one actually running on the official ballot. It was all write-ins, and subsequently the posting came out about this application that we're going through. I happened to be listening to a podcast about Teddy Roosevelt, and the man in the arena speech came to my mind, where he talks generally about the folks that have the ability to do something have the obligation to do it. And that's what Joanne and John and I think are all doing here, is we have the background knowledge of either many years in this town, or the knowledge of how the inner workings of all this happens, and we're utilizing that obligation, or we're using that knowledge to fulfill that obligation. And he goes on to talk about whether you fail or succeed, it's that you tried. And again, I think anybody who has applied here, has shown the commitment to want to do it, and the town would be well suited, and us as residents would be well suited with anyone that comes in this position. Again, it's based on not just experience of being on this side of the podium, or reading however many lines of text within a zoning ordinance or a comprehensive plan, and understanding how that applies, but having the desire to do something better for the town.
Thank you, Joanne.
So I don't have the experience of these gentlemen. I'm very well experienced, very well spoken. But I do have a desire to learn about planning, and I am familiar a little bit with the zoning and different things over the years. And I feel like maybe coming from not having that knowledge is maybe a fresher perspective, but I'm also willing to learn. I always, anything I go into, I delve into whatever the background is, and looking at the bylaws and the different zones. But it's more, I guess I have a different aspect of looking at it, because I'm looking at it from just the regular citizen who wants to know more about what's going on, but also wants to be representative of all the areas that they feel passionate about. And it's a great town. This has a lot of potential. We just have to make sure make sure that potential's allowed to be out there. And it's been an opportunity to do this. I appreciate that. I really wanted to do that. Just whether I get on or not, it's just that I have a desire to follow up more on the plan, and I've been involved in some of the other issues recently that affect the town, affect different ages of our citizens in this town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, last question. Do you have any questions for us? So I think Taylor, are you up?
Either way.
Okay, Taylor, you go ahead.
And is it like in general or just one person?
Planning, well, sure, planning board from us, whatever you want.
All right.
It's your chance to ask us questions.
All right. Well, no. You know, and it doesn't have to be one person or everybody. You know, I would say as far as the meeting that we experienced before this portion of the meeting, you know, I would certainly say nobody envies that decision for the Powder Point Bridge and all these decisions. And I guess it doesn't have to be anybody. It doesn't have to be any specific person. What's the most difficult decision you've had to make in this position, whether either on the select board or on the planning board? You know, that really took a lot of thought, and not the Powder Point Bridge, but that took a lot of thought to kind of wrap your head around the proper way of moving forward. At different planning commissions I've been to, you know, a lot of, just like all of you, there's a lot of planning members that really think thoroughly through how they're going to support or deny a certain bill, and you know, it would be great to hear, you know, how at least one of you has kind of thought through that process of making the hard decision.
Well, I think jointly, both groups struggled with the MBTA zoning, and we formed a subcommittee and the planning board took the lead on that, and that was done in a way of kind of the least bad choice, right? We didn't want it as a community, so we tried to craft and propose something that had the least
Negative
likelihood of ever producing something, which was creative, not the typical, really. It was so, I mean, for me, I don't know if anybody has anything. Yeah, Fernando?
Yeah, so I think at the last town meeting, right, we had an article with regards to proposing a zoning bylaw with regards to the battery energy storage systems, right? And we had a good debate with the planning board and the select board at the actual meeting itself, right? Yeah. The pre-meeting before it. And, you know, we kind of debated it. And I think jointly we got to a good place, and we IP'd it, and we will work together to come up with a zoning bylaw that I think better reflects what the town wants, or the community doesn't. Well, it doesn't. Right, the town doesn't want anything, right? So the community doesn't want anything. So how can we satisfy, and in a way, like we satisfied the requirements of the state, but yet still manage to preserve the character and the community as we would like. And I think that's what we're trying to do with the battery energy storage. So yeah, it was a difficult conversation, right? You guys proposed an article and we're for it, and we said, whoa, we can't accept it. And we had a debate, and I think we came up to a good decision, right? So we worked together, we listened to each other, and we resolved to do something together. I think that's the way we work, right? I think it's a great way to work.
Beautiful. Thank you.
My question was going to be about collaboration.
Oh, right.
Because already took that, so it's nice to see there's collaboration between the select board and the planning board and other boards and commissions. Because sometimes on this side of the fence, I'm sure Taylor can attest to this, you're in front of boards and you can tell that they don't work in a collaborative nature. They haven't discussed things or had committees to work together. So, you know, that I played sports, not very well, but you know, I like team. I'm a team person, so I like collaborative efforts. I think you get the most information input by doing it that way. So I heard there's collaboration between the select board and the planning board. How about the planning board? How do you work with one another on good projects, contentious projects, day to day matters?
Yeah.
I think I'm getting the look.
That's right.
Would you like to answer that, Jim? Okay, Jim, look, I have a feeling I know what he's going to say, so you go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Lambert's the youngest member of the planning board, by the way.
Also the shortest term member. Well, I think the short and easy answer is with respect.
Right.
Recognizing that we do have disagreements. But we also can recognize that everyone who has an opinion, even if it disagrees with mine, probably has and shows that they have a good basis for it. So what you end up with, hopefully, in my experience so far, which, as you know, has been pretty short, and going forward, and with this group, I have no reason to think on the planning board or the select board that it won't be that way. You have respect. You talk about things openly and honestly, and eventually, hopefully, you'll come to a conclusion that may not be the perfect, but is the best we can do for the town as of this moment. Yeah.
And just so that all three of you know, 3 members that are sitting up here served on the planning board. Brian, you were on the board for how many years?
Dozen?
And
Give or take,
Cindy, how long?
14.
And I was also 14, so, yeah.
Yeah.
So we all have planning in our hearts.
Just sort of follow that up, you know, having been on the planning board for 14 years and now on the select board for 6 years, is that, and on many, as liaison to many other committees, because from both committees you're liaisons to other things, is that, in my experience, the people in Duxbury do collaborate. You know, we do work well together. We don't always agree, but we seem to really work well together. I haven't found any experience that I've said, you know, oh, that person's a jerk, or why don't they just go away, or, you know, it's always, you know, except yeah, you know, I mean, it's, you know, and you hear that about other towns, that the boards don't get along, you know, that,
Right.
you know, whatever, and that has not been my experience on any of the places that I've served in Duxbury.
All right, Joanne, I think
yeah.
we're waiting. Joanne?
Yes. So typically, I know this sounds kind of silly, but how often do you meet, and approximately how the length of your meetings?
Sure, I can answer that question. So we meet on Mondays about twice a month, but basically I think it's the second and fourth Monday of each month. We meet at the senior center starting at 6. Our meetings run anywhere from 6 to 7 o'clock or 6 to 8:30. We have a subcommittee that meets separately, that we're meeting on bylaws. That takes a little extra time, and that's on different days. So it kind of depends on whether you're just coming to the planning boards or whether you're going to be on a subcommittee as well. And then typically for the preparation, I'd say there's anywhere from 15 to 60 minutes ahead of the meetings. Does that answer your question, Joanne?
Yes, and another part of that is, been in this town a long time. Have you found this particular year with these things coming up with the state putting their mandates in and this new battery storage thing a little bit more challenging in the planning, as well as the developers coming in and doing developing and the sand mining that has come up. Just put more challenges on to the planning committee in the past year.
I would say it would take more creativity and time, yes. With the with MBTA, that was a separate subcommittee. That took some time. The battery energy storage system bylaw subcommittee is also taking some time. So it just depends on what's going on and what the needs are of the town at the moment.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
If I could just add, Madam Chair, I think it was made clear earlier, but I'm not sure in question 6 about working on planning projects. The planning board also has liaison assignments to other boards and committees. So being elected or appointed to the planning board also includes a bonus. You get to go to another board or committee's meeting on a regular basis as well. So just to make sure you're aware of that as well, there's a little bit of extra.
Yep,
Yeah,
thank you.
extracurricular activity.
Extracurricular, right. So I'm the liaison to the Coastal Resiliency Task Force. We have other members who are on open space, sidewalks,
Affordable Housing Trust.
Hall's Corner Working Group. It just depends. So yes, that is. And that's, everybody gets to choose what they'd like to be on.
And I'm assuming whoever is appointed tonight, you'd all be willing to run in the next election? Because you will need to. It's just for the unfulfilled term till the next election in March.
Thank you. All right, so next steps. I believe the planning board discusses.
I think we all kind of
We all
talk
just
about
discussed
you
it.
while you're
Yeah,
in the
sorry.
room.
Yeah.
Really,
Or
behind your back, in front of you.
Right.
you can just make a motion
All
to
in
appoint
front.
someone.
Or you can just make a motion. So if, I think for the planning board, I really do look to you. I think you have some good candidates. I don't know whether you feel like you need an attorney more, whether you need a civil engineer, whether you've already, thought about, who you'd like. So
Or somebody from
or a nurse.
or a nurse,
right, somebody from the
that
community
has
who's
no,
got
how do you
some
call it,
experience.
offers a different perspective.
So
that-
what do you
options.
need? And
Before you do that,
to
Madam
you-
Chair,
yes,
if I may,
please.
I want to point out that you'll hear later on in the meeting, we have vacancies on other boards and committees, so we have 3 very talented people here
Yes.
for one position. Unfortunately, we can only pick one, but I don't want to lose the other 2. So please
Good point.
consider, if you're not appointed this evening, to get on board with a board or committee. We still need terrific people. And
Yes.
we have 3 here tonight.
Yes, yes.
So, yeah.
All right, so board members, how would we like to tackle this? In the spirit of collaboration, I would certainly love to hear what everybody else has to say. So do we want to take a moment to do just a rough discussion? So maybe we could have a motion to just,
You could make a motion to nominate 1 or 2 people and then open it up to discussion for those, for that, if just a suggestion, Kristen.
I guess in terms of nominating 1 or 2 people, we have 3, so I'm not sure how that might work.
Only need
I
one.
think all 3 are clearly would like the position.
Right, okay.
And at least on the initial consideration and perhaps vote, I think all 3 should be on the ballot.
Okay.
okay?
It would be easier to talk about what we need.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
than talking about specific applicants.
yes.
I think all 3 would be qualified to sit. I
Yes.
think
Yes.
what I'm interested in knowing is, what do you need? Because I see lawyer, planning, construction, problem solver, housing development. We get a pretty good cross-section.
Right,
But I don't know I know you did have an engineer who's no longer serving.
yes.
Is that a need that needs to be filled?
Is that-
I'm deferring to you. I
Right.
think we'll be supportive of wherever you think you need.
I
Yeah.
don't count as an ME.
Mechanical engineer.
Oh, no, not for this purpose.
So that's a great question. So what do you need?
What's
Well, we lost a real estate, a land use, well, a general attorney, and we lost a civil engineer. So right now, the civil engineer was able to provide us some really good perspective when plans came through. And we don't have that skill set right now on the board. We have, and as you've mentioned, we have 3 great candidates. I wish we could fill use every single one of them, because to your point, it's always great to have fresh perspective. It's always great to have another real estate attorney, because it's another different perspective. It's a civil engineer it brings a whole different skill set that we don't have right now. But I'd love to hear what the rest of the board thinks too. Come join me at the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair of the Planning Board and of the Select Board. I just want to reiterate, we have three, excellent candidates. I'm going to channel my inner Brian Glennon and say thank you very much for volunteering for the town. It's an extremely rewarding activity when you can volunteer and work for a town as wonderful as this is, and for people who value the work that you would put in as a volunteer. We are very grateful for that, and we look forward to the service that and hopefully all three of you will provide to the town in one form or another. Kristen, you touched on earlier the skill set. We've had, in the past, we've had a professional engineer who has worked for the town, or worked on the select board. She had provided great perspective that I didn't have, and that many of us didn't have, but that we found extremely valuable, particularly when it came to looking at technical aspects of a project that was under our review. And so I guess from that perspective, hearing what Mr. Doyle was sharing with us about his experience, and the passion that he has for the town, he ticks a lot of the boxes for me in terms of the skill sets and the passions that I would look for someone who would be in this position. So I would be looking for someone who does have that skill set that he brings, and that's something that I would be inclined to be in favor of for this particular position.
Anyone else?
I don't know the process. Can the public talk during our deliberation?
I don't know that it's necessary. We never invite the public into any interviews.
Yeah, I don't.
Thank you all so much. I mean, my personal experience has been one of interstitiality. As a specializing generalist, I've had to learn a bunch of different domains, and so I'm attracted to the idea of Joanne serving simply for the outside perspective, but it's I got to say it's a heavy lift. I mean, you're deep into all the legislating, all the bylaw rules, the engineering touches on it. So I wouldn't wish an uninitiated person to step into one of these roles after having done so myself. And I would have to probably echo Steve's sentiment that the engineering is the deficit on the board at this time.
Does somebody want to make that motion in there?
So does somebody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Yes.
I will make a motion to recommend Taylor Doyle.
Okay, could I get a second?
Second.
We have a motion, and who seconded it for Ashley's purposes? She's going to, okay, great. Any further motions? We can put another person on the table? No? Okay, so.
Any discussion?
Any discussion?
Just thanking everybody again, and John, I'm serious, that we need some help on some other boards and committees. And Joanne.
Yeah, and Taylor, we are going to have to talk about the
We have to
casino.
vote on them first.
Yeah, you nearly blew it with the mention of casino, Taylor. Jeez.
I'm having anxiety.
Yeah.
They have to vote.
Yeah, we do.
And I will say,
we need to have a roll call vote, so I'll ask the planning board to start, please.
I'll do that. I just want to say one thing, John, that a couple of years ago when we went through this, well, actually, I went through this process too. And there was somebody who also did it, and she mentioned she was also an attorney, and she is now in the ZBA. She's in this room. And I'm very grateful for the way that things worked out, because I think her skill set is phenomenal there, and she's been a resource. So that's another place to always use your help there. All right, so I'll call for a roll call vote, starting with, do we need to do roll call?
Yep.
Yes, we do. Okay. Christian Rapp, aye. Jim, you're next.
Say Jim, yes.
Yes,
Yes.
we're voting. Now we're
Roll
voting.
call.
Okay, but what was your vote? You got your name and.
Oh, I said Kristen Rapp, aye.
Aye.
We had a motion and a second already.
Yeah.
So for what do you want?
We're voting,
Because we,
Taylor
Yeah, but
Doyle.
that's what I expected to hear, and I just didn't.
okay, that's
oh,
sorry.
I for Taylor.
Aye.
So you
Aye.
have to,
Jim.
Aye for Taylor.
okay.
Matthew Ray, aye.
And Steve Gant, aye.
Amy, aye.
We have a separate motion.
Oh, we have a separate
Separate
motion.
motion.
Okay, so the planning board has voted. Now we'll let you read the motion.
Yeah. I just wanted, before we do the motion, can I read out the committees that actually have open seats?
Yes, please.
The Fiscal Advisory has one seat, the Design Review Board has a one alternate seat, the DEI Steering Committee has a seat, Sidewalk and Bike Path Committee has 3 seats, Open Space Committee has a seat, Registrar of Voters has 1 Republican rep, and the School Committee, as you're going to hear more about, has an opening.
And if I can just make a plug for Open Space Committee, having been the liaison from the planning board to that group, that's a really cool board. Not with no disrespect to the others, but from a planning.
Totally agree.
From a planning and land use perspective,
there are-
it's a great board to be on.
I'm kind of a budget
great.
guy, so the Fiscal Advisory Committee, that's a good one to be on too as well.
Yeah, all right, so, let's see.
300.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm weighing fiscal advisory against open space.
Oh, I move to appoint Taylor Doyle to serve on the planning board until the next annual election, at which time such office shall be filled by election for the remainder of the unexpired term.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Roll call, start with you, Brian.
Brian, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Cindy, aye.
And Amy, aye. Okay, so it's
Thank you all
unanimous.
very
So
much.
congratulations and thank you
Joanne,
all.
Thank you,
I hope
Joanne.
You'll also consider a committee, you'd mentioned the sidewalk committee, and I believe they're always in need of people
Yes.
too,
Yes,
so.
yes, I think I said sidewalk and bike
Sidewalk.
path.
Yep, so I think sidewalk actually needs
3
somebody.
seats.
Thank you very much for
Yeah.
allowing me to be for this position. This is-
Thank you, Joanne,
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Joanne.
Thank you,
very
Joanne.
much.
Thank you, John.
All
Thank you,
right.
Taylor.
God, let's score now. 3-1.
We're saving this is the best bit now.
Matt Hines.
Guys, we have a real busy agenda, so thanks again, planning board, unless you're staying.
I think they're staying
What?
for the next one.
Is that?
Next
yes.
item on our
The next
agenda, is a discussion and vote regarding the date upon which
Oh,
the town
wait a
of
minute.
Duxbury will
Excuse me,
begin.
could we go ahead and adjourn? I'll take a motion to
Yep.
adjourn the planning board meeting, please. Move to adjourn. Any discussion? Hearing none. Hearing none, call for a roll call vote to adjourn. Kristen Rapp, aye.
Steve Gant, aye. Matt Ray, aye.
Okay, the planning board is adjourned. We are going to have a discussion and vote upon which the town of
Thank you very
Duxbury
much.
will begin
Thank
accepting
you.
consolidated
Select board members, we'll appreciate
applications
your
for
time.
clean energy projects, I'm sorry, and this is going to be presented by our town planner, Matthew Hines. You know, we could probably swing so you don't have to get up. Do you want to sit and we can bring a microphone? You sure? Okay.
Good to stand sometimes. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
What happened to him?
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matthew, pleasure to meet you in person.
Thanks. We'll talk soon.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very
John.
much,
Thank you.
John.
Thanks, good evening.
Where's Mike? Hello, Mike.
Oh,
I texted him. He's coming back.
So yes, I'm Matthew Hines, Planning Director, as you all know. I could talk about these clean energy rules for a long time, but I'm guessing you would probably prefer me to talk extremely briefly about them.
Briefly.
But I'm happy to answer any questions. But basically, I think it's pretty clearly explained in some of the documents that you received.
Yes.
These are the new state rules that have come down the pipeline in order to kind of simplify the process for these clean energy projects, which are basically solar, battery energy storage, and wind, maybe one or two other kind of exotic things, but those are really the 3 ones, I think. And the intent, I think, is to make the process more straightforward. And I think it's probably fair to say that the intent is also to to sort of to help these projects along. So, you know, I think the state is not entirely sort of unbiased in this, but essentially the two big aspects of it are that you know, applicants will have the right or the chance to submit a one consolidated application for a project, as opposed to having to submit separate applications to maybe the planning board and the conservation commission and other boards and committees and so on. They can submit one consolidated application, then the separate boards and committees still do their job as they would before. And then the big thing also is that a municipality only has 12 months in which to rule on basically that consolidated application. So the intent obviously is to kind of prevent the process from kind of going on and on for years. I think there's also a way in which the appeals process is also kind of shortened and made more quick. And then also the state gets involved in a few other ways that are kind of, I think, less important. And then also every municipality is supposed to select an LGR. I'm blanking on what that stands for. I think local government representative maybe.
It's kind of the person that leads leads
point of contact.
Local government representative,
Yeah.
which will probably be either me, the planning director, or else the building commissioner, the chief building inspector, although you could choose someone else if you wanted to. If you don't choose anybody, then by default, I think it would actually be the select board. And basically, the LGR just kind of coordinates the process and kind of makes sure everything is running on time and communicates with the various, you know, kind of receives the application in the beginning and distributes it to the other boards and makes sure kind of everybody's communicating and so forth. So at this point in time, I think all the select board needs to do is to decide when the town of Duxbury is going to start accepting these applications. By the new state law, we have to start accepting them between July 1st and October 1st. Personally, I don't see any reason to kind of speed it up, the process. I think this is going to be a gradual process. We may be learning from other towns. They're just learning as more things come out. It's going to take some time to kind of set up our own bureaucratic frameworks. So my recommendation, as I mentioned in the memorandum, is just that you vote to start accepting the applications on October 1st, which is the latest possible date, but you could choose another date if you want to. And then I think in the future, you could make the decision now if you want, but you probably want to hold off on it. Who are you going to appoint to be the LGR? That would be a decision for you to make probably before October 1st or maybe sooner. So I think that's kind of all I have to say, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Just on a much more global, so these applications that we're being required, again, another unfunded mandate, we're being required to kind of streamline a process, a permitting process, or an application process. And these are for projects such as the battery storage as one. What is another example of a project that would be subject to this?
A solar array, or at least a fairly large solar array. I mean, if somebody's just putting solar panels on their house, obviously that doesn't count. But like a fairly large solar array, or I guess a big wind turbine, a wind farm or a big wind turbine, I suppose. I think those are the three big examples. There might be a few other kind of unusual technologies, but I think those are the three big ones. And one thing I should mention actually is the state. I think this is probably more applicable to kind of smaller towns, but the state actually does have an option for towns that feel they don't have the resources to kind of, deal with an application like this or to hire the peer reviewers or whatever. That towns can just ask the state to kind of handle the process for them.
No. Thank you.
What could go wrong?
No, nothing.
Madam Chair, if I can just ask, I
Yes,
think this is where
please.
you're going. Just for clarity for our job here tonight, it's not optional for us. The town has to do it.
Correct.
And really our role is to pick a date. And you're recommending October.
Correct, October
Right?
1st.
Okay.
Which is the furthest date.
That's it.
Yeah, but-
Furthest we can kick the can.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Yep, let's
Can
do
I
it.
get a motion?
I move that we set a date of October 1st, 2026, to institute the new rules.
Receive applications.
Receive applications. How come I don't have this stuff?
Yeah.
Thank you.
If you want, I'll do
That's
it.
good, you did it great.
That's fine.
Yeah. I move that the town of Duxbury begins accepting consolidated applications for clean energy projects per the 2024 Climate Act and 225 CMR 29.00 on October 1st, 2026.
Second.
She said. Yeah,
Is
Can I
it-
get a
wait, is
second?
that-
It's
It's just that
perfect.
there's an-
Excellent.
Sorry, so I didn't mean to jump in, but it was...
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, abstentions? Okay. Welcome back, Mike.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Matt. How'd you
Okay,
know?
moving on. We need to,
Who did you know?
we need to
Become water and sewer commissioners.
Yeah.
become water and sewer commissioners. So could I get a motion, Cindy,
Oh,
to
yes, yes,
become
yes.
water and sewer commissioners, and then we'll reconvene as select board?
Second.
No, you can't do it that
Wait a
way.
minute, not yet, you don't.
I move to,
Don't we have to become, so we have to move to become,
Only to do the water abatements, not to talk to Alston Potts.
oh, okay, so we can't do it all in one? It doesn't make sense to open it up and, okay.
No.
All right, we're not going to become water
Not
commissioners
just
yet.
yet.
We
We
are
will.
going to,
Talk with Alston.
we're following up on a previous meeting regarding the water issues. And tonight we have Alston Potts, project manager for Apex Company. Sheila Scarzi, our DPW, is here. Mark Cloud, our water superintendent, is here. And I see members from our water advisory and the Safe Water Group.
And Board of
Oh, and our Board of Health, Lauren Hashey is here. Okay, we've got lots of people here. Alston, good evening.
You all really have a gauntlet tonight, huh? I'll try to make this quick. Obviously, this is also a touchy subject, so we'll leave space to make sure that we talk about this to the degree that we need to. But this is following up on a discussion that we had on May 18th regarding the Lakeshore well, particularly with respect to its PFAS concentrations, specifically PFOA. As we know, PFAS has many different forms. So what we've done, kind of based on that discussion and what we took away from that meeting, was we have developed a hydraulic model of the town's water system separate from this previously, and we use that to help sort of support an analysis that looks at how the Lakeshore well water impacts the local area in town, and then use the best information that we have to estimate what sorts of PFOA concentrations we might see under certain circumstances. If you don't mind going to the next slide.
sort of.
Oh, I see. I'll send you a PowerPoint next time, Ashley. So as I mentioned, I'll go quickly over the purpose of this presentation. I kind of did that already. I have a map of the water system. We'll fly by that. We might go back to it if we need to reference it. And then we'll dive into the results from our hydraulic modeling that we completed. We'll touch back on supply and demand because that's obviously a very important piece of this puzzle. And then summarize some conclusions and some thoughts and recommendations that we had as a result of this analysis. So if you can go to the next slide after this. So just as a reminder, the average lakeshore PFOA concentrations exceed 4 parts per trillion. For the uninitiated, that 4 parts per trillion number is the new maximum contaminant level from EPA. So that is the target that we're looking at. That is the reason for the number. As I mentioned, we modeled the geographic impacts of lakeshore water. How does it spread through the distribution system? Again, using a model and our best estimates, and then sort of applying the PFOA concentrations on top of that. And then, again, the important component of this is that the town needs to use the lakeshore well to help meet demands, maintain fire flow, make sure people have water coming out of their taps. So again, reviewing supply and demand, there will be some slides that you've already seen to sort of help recharacterize that. Here's a map of the water system. We've all seen this. I've shown this slide before in this forum. I've added a few things here. Big picture, there are 2 pressure zones in town. The high pressure zone called HPZ and the low pressure zone on the right called LPZ. We're focusing predominantly on the high pressure zone today because that's where the lakeshore well is. There are two other sources in the high pressure zone, the Evergreen Wells and the Mayflower Wells, which we'll also touch on. Water only moves from the high pressure zone to the low pressure zone through a few valves. We call those PRVs, or pressure reducing valves. And then there's one tank in the high pressure zone, which is the Birch Street tank. All things that we'll touch on to some degree here in a minute. Next slide. The purpose of this slide is just to illustrate what sort of PFOA concentrations we know we have, or we've measured in the three high pressure zone sources. So that's, again, the Mayflower Wells, the Lakeshore Well, and the Evergreen Wells. The big player here, and the reason for this conversation, is the Lakeshore Well. As you can see, the concentrations have ranged from 2.5 up to 7. And on average, since we started sampling in 2021, you're looking at about 4.5 parts per trillion, which does exceed that 4 parts per trillion number. The red line that goes across the plot here is meant to show you that limit. You'll also see that the Mayflower and Evergreen Wells average about 2.2 to 2.7 parts per trillion of PFOA, below that limit. Next slide.
Would you like questions as we go through the slides, or would you prefer that we wait?
Unless you feel like I'm not clear on something, let's try to fly through, and then we can kind of go back and touch
write
on
down my questions.
Slides if you think that. I think that would be a good use of our time. So if you go to the next slide, point of this slide is just to highlight the assumptions that we had to make in order to do this analysis. So we're using average daily demand, that's town-wide, of 1.5 MGD, maximum daily demand of 3.6 MGD. These two numbers are fairly stable across the past 10 years or so, changing sort of slightly each year, but there's no trend in one direction or the other. From an operational perspective, we made some assumptions about how the tanks operate, that they're fully mixed. An important point here is that lakeshore operation in the wintertime is limited exclusively to O&M activities. What I mean by that is the Evergreen Wells and the Mayflower Wells occasionally have to come offline to get cleaned so that they can continue to produce to the levels that we expect. During those times when those wells are offline, the town has to lean on lakeshore in the wintertime. Otherwise, it doesn't operate in the winter, and that's an important distinction. Those pressure relief valves that allow water to move into the low pressure zone from the high pressure zone are offline in the wintertime. Obviously, the Partridge and Depot wells, which we've talked about ad nauseum elsewhere, are offline, not currently in operation or available. All of the sources in the two zones operate, they turn on and off at the same time. What that means is as the tank gets to a certain level, empties to a certain level, the wells are called to turn on so that it can fill back up, and they turn off at the same time. So that, I'll sort of illuminate the reason that's important here in a minute, but just wanted to establish that. And then finally, in the summertime, during peak demands, those PRVs, those pressure reducing valves, are all open, allowing water to flow from the high pressure zone to the low pressure zone. The low pressure zone is where the vast majority of the demand in town is as you get closer to the water, as you might expect. And then for our PFOA concentrations, we used the mean values of everything that's been measured so far, because I think that's the best representation of what you may see at any given moment. And then just a caveat on the caveats, these are estimated based on our best available information, and we're using a computer program essentially to help model these results. So take them with a grain of salt. Okay. I don't know how well you can see the colors here. So the way that we started this is we wanted to understand where the lakeshore water is most present in town. So we looked at two different scenarios, what we're calling wintertime, low demands with some of those operational parameters I mentioned earlier, and then summertime with higher demands, with, again, kind of reflecting some of those assumptions we just went through. The important thing to note here is that there's a bunch of nodes. This is just a snapshot from our model. The color of the node represents the share of water at that node from a specific well in excess of 50%. So what that means is that when you see a purple dot, that means that the model is showing us that more than 50% of the water at that location is coming from Lakeshore well. If you see orange, it's the Mayflower wells, and if you see green, which you don't see very much of, it's the Evergreen wells.
So how many purples are there?
How many purples is, so counting the nodes is I think less valuable here. On the next slide, I'll tell you approximate number of residences, because that was sort of a point of discussion last time.
Correct, yeah.
So just to sort of parse this a little bit, on the left-hand side, the winter time, again, Lakeshore is off for the vast majority of the winter unless it's needed for operations and maintenance. So Mayflower dominates the supplies in the high zone. We're not moving any water to the low zone, so it sort of all stays in the high. And Mayflower, it's Mayflower predominantly. I think it's like 55 Mayflower, 45 Evergreen. And so you don't see any greens, but the Evergreen water is there as well. On the right, in the summertime, we need Lakeshore to meet demands. So it is the dominant well, or it's the dominant source in sort of this, the southern portion of the high zone around the Birch Street tank and the Lakeshore well itself. And based on what the model is telling us, about 65% of the water in the Birch Street tank is from Lakeshore. However, what we've found is that for the most part, because the Mayflower wells and the Evergreen wells are located close to our pressure reducing valves, the majority of the water that flows from the high zone to the low zone, the vast majority is from those two sources. So for the most part, with, obviously this is not perfect, but the water from the Lakeshore well sort of stays in the area shown here. I think that's it for this slide, if you don't mind going to the next one. Okay. So then now that we have an idea based on node, what the share of water is in each of these locations for these two different scenarios, we can say, so we have, say you have 50% Lakeshore, our mean is 4.5, you have 25% of something else, 25, we can do a weighted average and sort of calculate out what we expect the PFOA concentration may be at that location under these two scenarios. So what you're looking for here is, if you see a blue dot, that means it's more than 4 parts per trillion, and if you see gray, it's less. That's the distinction. So on the left-hand side, wintertime, again, Lakeshore is not operating. We estimate that the average PFOA concentration, really in the entire high zone, is about 2.5 parts per trillion, which if you were to go back and look at the Evergreen, the Mayflower concentrations at 2.2 and 2.7, you average those, you get 2.5. So that's about what we expect to see with Lakeshore offline.
So these aren't actuals. I'm sorry.
No, yeah.
They're not actuals. They're based on
This is a model.
5-year estimated mean, right?
Well, it's a 5-year actual mean based on lab data from the specific sources. We are estimating how it distributes itself through the distribution.
Right, is a hydraulic model.
No, I
Yeah,
understand.
sorry, okay.
I have trouble, that's why I wanted to ask a question at the beginning,
please.
because I have a problem with the methodology. So using a 5-year average makes no sense to me. What makes sense to me is using the current levels, and the reason being, if you're a pregnant woman or a child, you want to know what the levels are in your water right now, today, not what, based on a 5-year average, what they
Sure.
might be. So I'm struggling with that.
I understand what you're getting at.
But the 5-year average
we didn't go
is-
back and forth on this question. Go ahead, Fernando.
Sorry, I thought the 5-year average was rate.
No.
Is rate.
So we've taken all of the data collected since starting to collect for PFAS, which was 2021,
Right.
and we averaged those values for each of the sources for PFOA. And so that's what's informing our, because big picture, PFOA did not magically appear, obviously, in 2021. So this is not something that I think has a certain sort of, what's the word I'm looking for? There's no clear trend in how the concentrations change. So it would be sort of a disservice to say, I'm going to use 7 parts per trillion because we detected that one time. That's the worst case scenario. Here's what it looks like, because I don't think that's a fair representation of what's happening. Yeah, I'm not a toxicologist, but I do understand that the way that they've come up with these levels, and the way that generally toxicology works, it's about exposure over a certain amount of time. And so along that thought process is how we got to, okay, the fairest way to show this information is to use the average, because that takes into account both the highs and the lows that
But if
we've
you weren't
seen.
alive when the level was lower, but you're alive today when you're drinking 7 parts per trillion, that's just alarming to me. So I guess I just really question the wisdom of using a 5-year average. I just don't think it makes sense when you're talking about my reading says that the most vulnerable in our population are women who are pregnant, nursing, and young babies. And they don't have the luxury of a 5-year average.
Can I suggest a clarifying question, right? Building on what you said, Amy. So we've looked at the trend, right? And so is 7 parts per trillion happening now, and it was 4 and it's been steadily increasing, or is it basically been oscillating through that period of the 5 years? What's been happening?
I don't exactly remember off the top of my head to be able to answer that. I don't know, Mark, if you can speak to that specifically, but.
I mean, that's your question, isn't it, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Mark Cloud, Water and Sewer Superintendent. I would say it's more of an oscillating levels.
Oscillating.
I'd like to see
I haven't
it.
seen it really trending in one direction. I mean, Lakeshore has been going up slightly, but most of the other wells have been oscillating.
We're talking about Lakeshore.
We're talking
though.
about Lakeshore,
Lakeshore.
though,
Lakeshore has been going up slightly.
but not going down.
We're not going down, but yeah. So what's it gone from? What range has it gone from? Is it?
I believe it started out just slightly less than 4.
Yeah.
And now it's trending up over 4. But we have got some higher numbers. The average has been a little over 4.
Is it? Okay. Mr. Begley, looks like you've got.
Thank you. So I have looked at the values over the last several years in detail.
Yeah, okay.
And what we've seen in the last 2 years is slightly higher concentrations. You know, we're not talking about a large increase, but there seems to be more numbers above 4 now than there were 3 years ago, 4 years ago. Slightly over now all the time, as opposed to oscillating above and below in the past.
Okay.
Before you go, just let me ask, because I know this was an issue earlier on when we all first heard those 4 initials, that there was an issue with the availability of equipment to detect that low. Have there been improvements that, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but is it possible that some of these numbers may have come, maybe to Amy's point, the number was probably higher before, but we just couldn't detect it, and now we're detecting it? Is that, I'm just trying to understand the
The
methodology.
analytical capability is improving all the time. We have good standards to compare the water samples to now. You know, if you go past, 5 to 10 years ago, I would say the analyses were not as good. But within the last 5 years, the labs in Massachusetts that I've been familiar with have been consistently able to see down to 2 or even lower.
Okay.
And, that is where we still stand, I think.
All right, thank you. It's very helpful.
So to follow on from Amy's point, if you look at summer, there's even if you take the average of 4, there are 200 residencies right now, based on the modeling, is over 4 parts per trillion.
Approximately, yes.
Right.
Yep.
So that's over the limit.
Right, so
Right now.
they need to be notified.
Right.
My reading says that we should be notifying people.
So, sure, and you are certainly, the town is able to notify more than they're required. Currently, the way that the regulation works is that compliance starts April 2029, at which point those notifications would then start to go out. So the idea being, when the regulations drop, we sort of have some time to react.
I-
That's sort of the intent of this.
Intent, but the problem with this thing, right? This is the be and end all right here, right? So in the wintertime, basically Lakeshore is shut in, except for O&M. So that's a question I'll be asking later on, how many days in there. But what we're saying here is that it's below 4 parts per trillion.
In the wintertime.
In the wintertime.
Correct.
But definitely right now, I know it was with compliance, but we're delivering water that is not compliant.
Delivering water in excess of 4, correct.
Right. And that's the law right now. I know they say that you go, but we're actually giving people water that's above, right now. And I know, so we've got to find, I think, we've got to find alternatives. I mean, other towns that have exceeded the PFAS, the mass standard of what the PFAS 20, whatever, PFAS 6, had to supply bottled water, drinking water.
Yeah, there's certainly some options. So we've done
Right.
a lot of work in Easton. They've
Yeah.
built 4 PFAS facilities there. They had exceeded 20 parts per trillion at those 4 locations.
Right.
Excuse me, 3 of them we're now about to turn on. The 4th one, which is for addressing this issue. What they did in the interim is they provided a filter at the DPW where folks could go fill up their water bottle, go fill up water for drinking specifically, while they took the time to engineer and build a longer term solution. And that certainly is something that you all could consider doing.
I think at the bare minimum, we
That's the
need
debate.
notices to go out to every household that is receiving water that is over 4 parts per trillion. That's, for me, that is the minimum. I'd like to strategize and figure out
Yep.
how we can do more. We talked, the last time we had a meeting, we talked about shutting down Lakeshore and making do with the water from the other wells. Did we have enough? Could we do it? The board wanted to know, what that would mean, how that would look. We've, people in this town have got to stop irrigating their lawns. We are in a crisis. This is going to cost us a ton of money if we have to start buying, water. So what can we do utilizing our current wells to get Lakeshore offline so that we can not be providing any water that is above the 4 parts per trillion?
So I think for the benefit of the meeting, which has gone on for quite some time, we can probably skip most of the rest of this presentation and go straight to the recommendations, if you would like to do that.
I'm fine with that. I've read, is
Yeah.
everybody okay with that?
Yeah, that's
Yes.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm good with that, read it.
So it's just text, and I can get started on it. I think there are, actually, if you just want to go to the next slide. Perfect, thank you. So in the short term, and actually I could add a bullet for what we just talked about briefly, which is sort of a structural or, a filter system that folks can come fill up at. In the short term, something that can be done at fairly low cost, but does have to be balanced, and I'll kind of explain that in a minute, is remember when I talked about how the wells turn on and off at the same time? What that means is the way it currently operates is that we are using the wells that have more elevated levels of PFAS with wells that have better levels of PFAS to the same amount. So theoretically, adjusting the wells control strategy such that, let's say, the tank is dropping, say 45 feet is when all the wells typically turn on in the high zone. I'm just making up a number I'm certain it's higher than that. Rather than having Lakeshore turn on that level, maybe it's at 44.5. What that would do is Mayflower, Evergreen turn on, they fill the tank. If they can't fill the tank and it drops more, then Lakeshore can come on to help supplement the supply. And that's something that we can work with the water department on. The things that you have to balance there, just for your knowledge, are we don't want to run Evergreen and Mayflower into the ground, because when you run your groundwater wells too often, they'll lose capacity, and then you're sort of exacerbating the issue longer term. The other thing is you want to make sure that the water in your tank empties and fills, because if it doesn't do that, then you have high water age, and you can it can lead to the formation of disinfection byproducts, which are heavily regulated. Not really an issue in town or most groundwater systems, but that is something to consider. And then it also can decrease your chlorine residual as well. So those are sort of the things that the Mark and his folks would have to balance, but that is I would say a short-term option to help bridge a gap to a longer-term solution.
So there isn't really, what you're saying, it's not a viable option to shut down Lake Shore in its entirety because it could run those other wells into the ground or whatever you said.
Right, or the worst case scenario is that there's too much demand without Lake Shore, which I think we've seen days where that's the case. And while it's balancing multiple needs at once, right? We want to make sure we maintain the available fire flow so that there's a fire in town, the fire department has enough pressure to actually put out the fire. Want to make sure that you keep taps running wet, and so it's unfortunately not a super simple solution. But I think that is one thing that essentially what that ensures is lower PFOA concentrations, right? Because it means that you're running that well less than the other wells, which is they all run at the same time right now.
But have you run a simulation model with that operating parameter, and does that come up with less than 4 parts per trillion to those 200 residents in the summertime?
Haven't run it for that specific scenario, but logically it will be less. How much, Fernando, I'm not exactly sure. And again, I just want to highlight, this is sort of an informative tool. I would be a little nervous about even sending notifications based on it because there's just so much variability in the data and in the assumptions in the model itself. I certainly think that public relations is very important, and I think that's something that, my understanding is that the town website is being migrated to a new platform, and as part of that, there's some potential.
I'm not understanding what you just said. You just said you wouldn't be comfortable sending notifications based on,
I guess,
explain that to me.
To be more specific, Amy, I would to only certain people, if that makes sense, because the model is so variable that.
Oh, so other people other than the 200 that we think could be. So
exactly.
Probably
So it could be more. It could be
notify
fewer.
the whole town.
Right.
Got it.
So
right.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Sorry, Mike, I didn't see you.
To kind of, to understand this more, to Amy's point about like the here and now, for the finished water at the Birch tank, can we test the finished water for PFOA?
Sure.
And just, even if it's more frequently, so we know what the levels are, and we're not just modeling and.
Yeah, I mean, Mark can speak
I
about that with
just,
me, but they have to. I assume the Birch Tree tank is one of your.
I think that's kind of
bacteria.
Take the guessing out of this.
We're not guessing, though. We're not going to, I don't want to kick this can down the road
No, I wanna know
again to
now.
wait for, I mean, we've had the data. We've been testing.
But no, the actual finish,
the actual.
not just the well.
We've had this conversation before.
It's a mixture.
But we talked about it being a mixture, and then Mark and I had a conversation, which I thought you isolated, so it wasn't a mixture. Isn't that correct, Mark?
Yes, that's what I initially thought, and then Austin ran the model and said even when I isolated it, there were still other areas of town that were getting the high levels of the PFOAs.
Oh,
So the model did a better job identifying who was actually getting the lakeshore water.
I just want to know what's in do you understand my question?
Yeah, you want to test
The water that is going in people's bodies.
Yeah, Jim has some.
An important point to consider in what you're discussing right now is that the Birch Street tank is not right next to the Lakeshore well.
Right.
There are a number of residents along the line.
They're getting it.
Well, to the Birch Street tank that don't, at least whenever the Lakeshore well is running, don't get any diluted water from the Birch Street tank. They're getting their water directly from the Lakeshore well.
Okay.
So it may
that's
not be
really
200
important.
houses, but some number of houses is getting their water directly.
And do we know that?
Do we know that? Which ones?
200 on that are identified.
The
in high volume.
200.
Yeah, so that area is captured in what I showed earlier.
The 200 are getting lakeshore.
Well,
Just
in the-
direct.
Summertime.
So it doesn't go
approximately.
into the tank,
Yes.
it just comes right from the well.
I mean,
Wait, okay, here comes Sheila.
Water system is a very sort of transient operating thing, right? People have most demands happen 6, 7 o'clock in the morning when people are taking showers, getting ready for work. Then it drops down. Then people get home from work. They're cooking dinner. They're taking showers. So whether the well is turning on or off at that exact time, it varies by day. Whether you're being fed directly from the tank in a certain location or fed directly from lakeshore if it's running. So that's why these analyses are hard. So we have to run this thing for like 3 months in the model to get it to stabilize because it's so variable in terms of how every moment might look. If that makes sense.
What we're trying to do here, right, that is trying to figure out which residents are getting water that's above 4 parts per trillion, so that we can notify them and as a board discuss what we're going to do to provide them with drinking water that's less than 4 parts per trillion.
Yes.
Right, but what I'm hearing is that he wouldn't be comfortable just notifying 200 people because that number may not be accurate, so we should treat
I don't
it
know.
as if a bigger-
That's all we're trying to, that's what we're,
I hear you.
we're just trying to figure out who's
there.
getting water that's more than 4 parts per trillion so that we can notify them and as a select board, figure out what we're going to do to provide them with water that is below 4 parts per trillion before we finally install the system that will guarantee it, right? So we've got a temporary period right now, a period of transition where we've got to figure out how to provide water that meets less than 4 parts per trillion. And we need to identify who we need to talk to or address or send to or deal with.
I think we need to go back to the mapping.
Yep.
I think we glossed over that, and to me, that's the most important part of the conversation.
Okay?
I know there was some objection to using averages, but we skipped the annualized average map. I think we need to spend some time on that, and then look at the seasonal maps again, to hone in on who we think is getting water that exceeds 4 parts per trillion. But if you go to the annualized average, and Alston can certainly speak to this better than I can, it shows when you look at it over 1 year,
Yeah?
the average PFOA is between 2.7 and 3.3 parts per trillion.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
So that's looking at the year-long snapshot.
And that's, I understand that. However, in the summertime, if you go to the previous,
So, I think we need to spend some time looking at these maps
okay?
rather than glossing over them.
Can I just ask, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. Sheila, when you talk about the average, or Alston at the bottom,
Yep.
the average 2.7 and 3.3, are you talking about a 12-month average?
Correct. So that is
But that includes a period when there's nothing running out of that well.
correct.
So
So-
why don't we talk, what's the number when the well is on?
Right, so I guess the purpose of
bigger
this is
number.
more to show what people experience in this area over a full year, right? Rather than, because again, I'm not a toxicologist.
No, I get it, I just interrupt for a second, but that
Yep.
goes back to Amy's point to say, I want to know what's in my glass right now.
Right now.
Not what the average has been over the last 5
Correct.
years. So in the summer, is my glass 7 parts per trillion, and at Christmas time, it's 2?
2.
You know, but that's your question, Amy, I think, right?
Exactly.
That's my question. It's all our questions, right? I want to know which residents are receiving more than 4 parts per trillion. I don't, in any one day, if they receive it for 1 day, we've got to do something about it,
Agreed.
all right?
I just wanted to make a point about the winter condition. It sounds like, I know you described it generally, but it sounds like you've said there's no contribution of water from the lakeshore well in the winter, when in fact, from May through December, it has been more than 1 million gallons per month in 2025. Look specifically at that year, the most recent year that we have full data for. And In December of '25, it was 10% of the town's entire water supply. I understand there was some maintenance going on in other wells, like the Evergreen wells at that time, but there's been a very large use of that well in the winter, at least in recent years.
But, okay.
So
Still
the-
doesn't, still doesn't,
we're still
we're
at
still,
the
we're
same
still
question.
befuddled, we still don't have an answer. Which residents are receiving water that's greater than 4 parts per trillion?
So I think you want to go back to that summer map.
Correct.
You don't want to look at it
Yes, please.
Well,
across the year.
That might make sense, but what does the DEP use? Do they use annualized averages? Do they use summer averages, winter averages when they tell towns that they have to go offline?
Right, so I guess, to be literally answer your question, they use 20 parts per trillion currently.
And do they use annualized averages?
DEP for 20 does not, it's any singular exceedance of 20 parts per trillion is a
There we go.
violation. However, for the EPA rule that we're gonna be under, and DEP certainly can be more stringent than this, it's gonna be a quarter, it's gonna be an average of 4 quarters. And not to get too in the weeds here, but they've established this other thing called a practical quantitation limit. I know it's a horrible string of words, where if you're below that, if you have a value below that number, it counts as 0 toward the average, and if you're above it, it counts as the number. They set it at 4 for PFOA. So what that means is for wells, and again, this is for compliance, this isn't actual concentrations. For, let's say you have 3.8 and then 4.2 and then 3.8 and 4.2, just to make the math easy, that average is 2.1 because both of those 3.8s are below 4
Yeah.
for that annualized average. So again, that's for compliance, that's not really why we're here today.
And if I could just finish this
sure,
frame. And is this based, if you know, based on science and toxicology and exposure and things like that?
So the practical quantitation, that thing is based on what the EPA has said, 4 parts per trillion for PFOA is what most labs in the United States can reliably measure to. Massachusetts, our labs, or at least in New England, our labs are certainly much better than that. And we've reliably been able to get down to 2 since 2021. Certainly I've been seeing values that come back as detected, sub 2.
I just meant the annual, like annualizing things versus looking at it on the day of.
Yeah. Well, again, because of exposure it happens over time, so
Right.
putting it in that context, I think, is important. And I do understand the concern and the point.
I do too.
Right.
And remind us again what the safe level is in our drinking water?
According to the EPA, it's 0
It's
parts per
0,
trillion.
right?
Correct.
Just making
Right,
sure
so-
that didn't change.
So the bottom line is the cat's out the bag.
Yes.
Cat's out the bag.
It's, I don't know how, I don't
yeah.
think we can sugarcoat this.
No.
I don't think we can
Doesn't-
average it out.
Average it
I
out,
don't think we can.
No, understood.
The-
And to Jim's point, Lakeshore would be out of compliance with what we've just discussed.
Yeah.
Consistently over the last couple of
Yeah.
years. So, certainly no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I think the decision, or not the decision, but sort of the path that you all are on is figuring out how do we get from A to B, right? So
Correct.
the town, the water department's done an excellent job at trying to stay ahead of things, working toward a solution. We did the prioritization plan to figure out what
Yeah.
to do. We've since piloted treatment at 4 different wells for potentially 2 facilities, and we've started design on that first one.
Yep.
Aiming for, getting that online by the compliance date of 2029.
Great.
Yep.
So I think right now, the idea is we just got to figure out how to get there, right? Whether that's a filtration station at the new DPW facility, not to add a change order to Sheila's project, or, some other solution.
For a change order, believe me.
I am joking about that. I didn't mean that for that to be a sore subject.
Or, anyway.
Well, we need to do something. I
We-
think
we gotta do
at the
something.
bare minimum, notices, that residents need to be notified. I hope the Board of Health can help with this. This is challenging. I don't know whether, we certainly alert the most vulnerable of our population so that they're aware.
Amy, if I can just ask,
Yeah.
I don't object to a notice, but if, I'm just putting myself in the place of a resident who receives the notice.
Yes.
What is that telling, like, in other words, if I get a notice saying there's an exceedance, I would expect there to be some action.
Correct.
Either on my part or the town's part. So are we then, and maybe I'm looking at Lauren or whoever knows, are we saying go out and get a Brita filter, get a, there's going to be tons of contractors who'll say, oh, I'm going to sell you a whole house filter. I don't want to set people up for getting, sales calls on stuff that they may or may not need. I'm just trying to understand what notice, as a practical sense, means other than awareness.
I think for me, if I was a resident receiving that notice, I'd come straight to the open forum and I says, what are you as the town, as water and sewer commissioners, going to do to make sure that my water is in compliance? That's what I'll be asking. What are you doing?
Okay, Alston, what are they doing? What are people in other communities doing? You get a notice that says we got 4 parts per trillion. Is that
They
in
aren't
compliance?
sending those notices.
Right, why?
Because it's not required, and they're otherwise working on solutions.
Exactly.
That's the short
Well, it's not required now. It's going to be required next week
Yeah.
or next
Correct.
month or next, but still the same level of toxicity is, so,
That's the
so
problem.
there's the right thing to do and not the right thing to do. And I think at least at the bare minimum, I agree, Brian, I would love to be able to say, and we are working on a filter, whatever this, you go and you can fill up on your filtered water. I don't know what that costs. Are there grants out there? Is there some money available somehow to help fund this?
Alston, what say you?
I know that there were grants for that back when the PFAS, the 20 parts per trillion PFAS MCL dropped. I'm not sure what would be available now for that, but that's certainly something I could look into.
Does anybody else have any ideas from our team?
I think that one of the things that we can do is make people in that neighborhood aware of what is being done to build the treatment plants, the design work that's ongoing. The other thing is to consider, if you could go back to Alston's recommendations, the other aspects of the problem. And these are things that we talked about back in May. The Water and Sewer Advisory Board made a number of recommendations. One of the most important ones was water conservation. We need to move forward on water conservation so we don't need the lakeshore well. It's a difficult path, I grant you that, but it's something that through public education, through regulation, so forth, we
Enforcement.
need to consider what to do to reduce water consumption.
We're in a complete water ban, right?
Well, we're under a water ban right now.
And you cannot have outdoor irrigation.
Have you seen since we put the water ban, have you seen a reduction in demand?
Only slightly.
How many tickets have we written?
We need to start enforcing. I mean, people's lawns are sticking out like a green thumb right now. And it's becoming evident who's in compliance. I've noticed, I walk around my neighborhoods, people are now watering at night in hopes that that's not, being noticed. We have to figure this out, and that was another thing that this board had asked for, was that we have a water conservation plan that Mike, you said, I don't even remember this plan, I don't remember what the cost of.
It was, I remember the $100 million, yeah.
But, what are we looking at? What are some of the other things we can do to, towards conservation?
I think one of the things you're going to find is once those first round of bills come from this past summer, that's where your conservation starts. Because once they feel,
We don't have the luxury of waiting that long, though.
but that's the way the reality is going to play out, because here we are in the middle of July.
I'm not sure.
Unless we know who the offenders are, people are willing to pay for it.
We do. Mark has actually done what the board has asked. I didn't bring the list, but I'm sure he will make it available. There's no surprise. I thought that there would be some smoke and guns as to who the big users are. And, we kind of all should have figured it. Island Creek, that is the biggest user. millions of I mean, just, it's unbelievable. And then, Bay Path, that's a facility that uses a lot of water. And then there are a lot of homeowners that are using a lot of water.
Swimming pools.
Swimming pools, irrigation.
Irrigation.
I don't know what they're doing, but it was very interesting, so I'm sure you can provide the list to everybody.
There are pitchers, water filter pitchers. I have one at home that we use. And the research can be done on that, and people could be provided with a list. I don't know that we would ever have the finances in town, a grant or whatever, to provide them to folks, but we could certainly provide them with a list. And they're not terribly expensive.
I think Sheila Lynch Bentonen had mentioned that at a previous
Yes,
meeting
she
and
did.
sent
And-
some information. Yep.
For these folks here, but also we've been talking about the beach folks, right? I mean, the people out in Gurnee.
Yes, that is another person, that is
so-
another area that we need to ask our consultant about. Tanya.
Hi, thank you,
Thank
Madam
you.
Chair, members. Tanya Trevison, 21 Tinkers Ledge Road. I'm here representing the Duxbury Safe Water Committee. We really appreciate the efforts you're going to tonight and the time to have this discussion. The Duxbury Safe Water Committee has been in the process of updating its website to include the references for whole home water filtration companies that are reputable, as well as water pitchers that do remove PFAS. There aren't that many on the market that do, so you can't just go out and buy a Brita,
Right.
quote unquote.
There's not
So we
one of
do
them.
have those suggestions on our website. And again, I have communicated with members of the board and Rainey and the Board of Health this week. We think it's imperative that the website be updated. I commend the board and Rennie for immediately putting up the presentation on the bridge at 5 p.m. tonight. And nothing on the water has been updated since 2024. So, that's one way you're going to update the public, and it's very important. And you have an obligation to protect the public's health and safety by communicating. Thanks.
Thank you.
Look, does the Board of Health have any suggestions as to what we can do? Have you guys, the Board of Health, talked about it? Lauren, sorry to put you on the spot, but trying to figure out, we got to, what I don't want to have is have another meeting where we talk about it, right? I'm
No,
trying
we
to,
need to- we
I'm
need to
trying to
have an
decide what we
action
need to
plan.
do tonight.
So I didn't have the full board earlier, but
Yeah,
Sorry.
No.
I don't blame them.
yeah, they left.
they have been talking about it and sort of looking for direction. I think they do want to add some element of education to educate the public about it, but I'm not sure how to do that. And I know as the MVP 2.0 grant, there is some discussion about potentially buying some of those over-the-counter filter prototype, but one of my board members, Melissa Rosenblatt, did say that there are very, very few that can do that, and I do think they get pretty expensive, so.
Okay.
While we also have our consultant here tonight, I do want to also, another section of town which is receiving their water from Marshfield, which is the Gurnett area. Their levels are quite high as well. So if we're going to if we're going to send out notices, which I think we believe we should, at least I do. I think, Fernando, do you think notice? I mean,
I'm just concerned, Amy, I do agree we did notify it, but then
then what? I
then
know,
what, right? And then they're going to come, there's going to be a crowd of people coming in here. They all say, all the residents, there's 200 people are going to fill up this room and say, what are you doing? You're
Well,
giving me
that's
water
better
that's
than-
over.
What's going to happen
Not-
whether you send notice now or not?
Well, it's live right now, so everybody who's watching it will be heading out this way. So we have to do something.
Can we
have to.
mitigate this with Well, changing the levels, that first recommendation in the short term? Get it close to 4 or under 4?
We won't be able to do that in the summertime. There's just too much demand.
For, okay.
All right, so any suggestions of what we can do very quickly with limited funding, or is there ways to get funding for this, or?
Alston, can I just,
Yes,
sorry,
please.
just build on that? Your experience with the town of Easton, where they had to provide bottled drinking water, do you have, how many residents, cost, how did they do that?
So I wasn't directly involved in that effort. The DPW took that on themselves. I believe they installed 2 filtration units. I don't know if they were both at DPW or one was at DPW and one was at the water department. From what I recall, it was on the order of 20-ish thousand each, not cheap. And again, that was to treat down to below 20 parts per trillion for PFAS 6. This is a more stringent,
Right.
lower threshold. So theoretically, that could be more expensive. It's also been 5+ years.
Right.
So that, I mean, I think that is potentially a show of goodwill. Obviously, the funding is the question here. And then the education about, folks need to know that they can come get that.
Right.
So how do you tackle that? I know that Mark and his folks have added a QR code to the bills that bring people to the CCR. That certainly is a mechanism that could be utilized for other things as well, whether it's pointing people toward the website that highlights water conservation, that highlights, here's our PFAS journey, here's what we know, here's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Showing folks that the town is in fact working toward a solution here. I think that's the important thing, right? With helping to garner public trust in the process a little bit. And then also, again, providing an alternative in the interim potentially.
Right.
But public participation is also critical. If the public were, if they were adhering to the water sprinkling ban, would the levels, would the amount of water be available so that we could shut down Lake Shore?
It's a complicated question, but the answer is tentatively yes. The big issue is the peak days. So if nobody's irrigating, yes, flat out. I have a slide in here that shows usage throughout the year and how much the average usage per person changes. It goes from something like 40 to 45 gallons per day per person in the wintertime up to 135 in June or July. The Mass DEP quote-unquote performance standard for the whole year is 65 resident gallons per capita per day. Duxbury's been at 80 for as long as I believe the top 10 user per person in the state.
I believe that.
So that certainly is an area where I think water conservation is tricky. You all have tried the thing that tends to work the best, which is increase rates. And that if money doesn't talk, it's hard to get folks to listen otherwise.
Well, if the fact that the toxic chemicals are in their water doesn't get people to comply, I don't honestly know what would. I really don't.
Okay, so here, summarize 3 things we can do, right? 1, notification. Who's going to write the notification? Somebody has to write it. Who's going to write it?
You can work with the DEP.
Okay, so Mark, you'll do it, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, good. Plan of action, what the town is doing. Who's going to write the plan of action for what the town is doing to get ourselves in compliance by 2029? Who's going to write that? Because that's going to go with the communication. Who's going to write that?
Well,
I'll take that on.
Well, actually, that should be staff, and it should be the water department.
Okay.
Or under the roof of the DPW.
Yeah, okay.
This isn't a volunteer gig.
Yeah, no, okay, so Mark then.
Yep.
Okay. And then the last thing is, what are we doing in the interim? That's, what are we doing in the interim?
Adjusting water levels.
What are we doing?
That's when I'm going to have to talk I'm gonna need to talk with Alston, Mark, and Sheila about that one, because I got a bunch of questions. I got some ideas on that one.
Okay.
Because in 2 weeks, people are gonna be sitting out here, you're gonna have 50 deep,
Yeah.
saying, where am I gonna get my free water now that you're contaminating it?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we're not contaminating
Doesn't
it,
matter.
and the answer is in everybody's hands.
Exactly.
Turn off your sprinklers,
sprinklers
people.
off,
Stop
yeah.
watering your lawns.
It is, but in the immediate effect is,
Yeah. Yeah.
people are gonna show up, you're right, Fernando, 20 deep. You're poisoning me, what are you gonna do about it?
Yep.
So I've gotta figure out a way, how do you deliver massive amounts of water to people, you know, in 1 gallon buckets or jugs or whatever,
Or if they
however they do
make
it.
them come get, if we had the station where it's being filtered, people
Yeah.
can do it themselves. It's not on us to
I do
deliver.
believe Easton also provided that for free, so you're
Yeah,
not
oh, yeah.
paying.
Right, no, I
as you might expect,
understand.
You're not paying to.
Oh, you know,
We're
it has to
not
be
charging
free.
anybody, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the
But-
town's obligation to do,
What?
under these circumstances, provide free
I
water?
don't know.
No, because
That's a
we're
good
not
question.
I don't know either.
I wouldn't say it's an obligation, I think
But
what we're
it's
talking about
sure
is.
is a gesture of goodwill.
No, I hear you,
Yeah.
I hear you there. But let me just ask, I want to make sure I'm clear, because, and any notice that goes out, I'd like council to see it first.
Oh, yeah,
because
absolutely.
Not because we're hiding anything, but I want to make sure we're not.
We wanna know what the lawsuit looks
inadvertently
like.
exposing ourselves to something.
Yep.
We otherwise aren't exposed to.
Exactly.
Right, and
you know,
and
legal.
like Brian asked last time, how are we noticing? Or I never got the reverse 911 call, or however that.
I don't think it ever went out.
So I'm not sure that's a reliable way of, I don't know whether it's a postcard, whether it's a, how are we going to do this without
But
breaking the bank?
if I just finish my thought, so under the contamination level in Massachusetts, it's 20 parts per trillion.
For some of
E-
6 different compounds, yes.
EPA is 4.
Yes, for PFOA and PFOS.
Just so we're all clear up here, today in Duxbury, what is the maximum number?
Of operating wells?
No.
Well, I guess,
When we
I don't want to chase my tail on this, but before we send out notices saying where we exceed 4, and I understand we're all looking at 4 as a number, what is our regulatory obligation today? Because I understand there are 2 different numbers, one state, one federal.
So the state, currently, the regulatory obligation is that 20 parts per trillion.
Okay.
Until April 2029, when the EPA MCL goes into you have to go into compliance with that.
And that's
national
4.
regulation. And that's 4. And that's 4 for 2 different components or compounds. The one that we care about is PFOA.
So the reason I ask is not because I think it's okay to have anything other than 0 in it, but for the purposes of the notice,
Yes.
we're kind of working this out in public here, is we're sending the notice out to let folks know that it's exceeding 4 on average, although the legal obligation, at least right now, is 20. So I want to give folks some frame of reference, what we're doing to fix it, right? And what they can do in the meantime.
My message is we're in compliance, but we also know that we won't be by 2029.
Yeah.
And so we're working to fix that.
I double-checked that, right?
I've double-checked it
I-
too.
I double-checked
I
it.
believe you people are all wrong in here.
Yeah.
I believe that it's 4 parts per
The
trillion.
EPA's rule stands in Massachusetts.
Yes.
Yes, it
Is
stands.
in effect, is in effect.
Right.
We're getting confused,
Well,
not
let's let 'em
confused.
finish.
No, let me clarifying the point around compliance. Yes, you're exactly right. We have a period to be in compliance. However, at this moment in time, Massachusetts must report, or must, how do you call it? The EPA standard is in effect. As of April 2026, whatever it came out, is in effect for Massachusetts. Is that correct?
So the way that it works is when they issue the final National Public Drinking Water Rule for any new maximum contaminant level.
Yes.
There's the date when the final rule is issued.
Yep.
And then there are 2 years for the primacy agency, which is the state agency, so Mass DEP,
Uh-huh.
to promulgate that within to their own. So they can either be more stringent or just accept the EPA's rule.
Right.
And
They
then there
can't be
is,
less stringent.
they cannot be less stringent,
Correct.
correct.
Yep.
And we wouldn't expect that for Massachusetts
Yep.
anyway. And then there is time from that for compliance.
Yep.
So technically speaking, when you ask what is the requirement under current regulations, It's the rule that would result in violation, correct? So right now, the federal rule would not trigger non-compliance or a violation or being in excess of the 4 parts because
Yeah.
we're not that part of the life cycle of the rule yet, right? So that's, again, this is the quote-unquote grace period for us to figure out what to do and implement a solution or multiple solutions as needed. So technically speaking, that 20 parts is the rule of the land in terms of compliance, in terms of violations until April 2029. That doesn't mean that the National Public Drinking Water Rule for PFOA doesn't exist, and that
It does
isn't
exist.
coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It exists right now.
Yeah, because part of this too is there's a whole process at the beginning, right, where all these water systems have to test. It's called the Uncontaminated Monitoring Rule, UCMR 5, which is where or 4, which is where all PFAS came through. They're still not sufficient for monitoring. So there's as part of this rule, 2027, other states, Massachusetts has already been monitoring. They have to start sampling because they don't really know exactly what they're working with.
Yeah.
So again, this is how the EPA functions. This is how their rulemaking functions. It takes time.
Okay.
Yep.
So we have the 2 parts, and then Rainey, you said you're going to meet with Alston and Mark and whomever, Sheila,
And Lauren,
to come up with some ideas.
see what we can do for distribution of water.
Thank you.
Okay, and, yeah, we may need to get this on an agenda or, work with the Board of Health,
Yeah, and
have a joint meeting, something. I think this is
we'll have a
problem that isn't going away.
update in a couple of weeks, or in a month, or
Soon, yeah.
2 weeks.
Well, soon,
Okay.
soon.
Before the end of the summer.
Did anyone from the public have any input or questions, or, I know it's late,
No,
I'm
it's
sorry.
It's so late.
Oh,
Anything else from the board?
I just sure would like to see, and I know, Mark, I totally respect this, that your hands are full, but this seems to be an opportune time where the people that are rule followers have brown grass,
Yep.
to isolate some of these people that are not following the rules. I don't expect you to hit every household, but the ones that are willfully violating, I think we need to hit them with a ticket. We pass these bans and, we can only, if they're toothless, what are we doing up here? So I don't know if there's a way to isolate some of these people that are clearly using it for outdoor use.
Yeah.
Rainey, can I ask you, through the chair, as the head administrator for the town, is there anything that your DPW director, water and sewer superintendent, anything further by way of authority you need from this board to enforce the regulations that we set forth, to Mike's point?
No, thank you, though. At this point, it's all tactical. How do you
Okay.
find the bad guys? Drive around.
You drive around, then you call Mark,
Well, I
or
think
you
the-
send him an
I think the
email like
data
I did.
will-
You start with the Board of Health. Why do you start there? Because that's where you get a permit to have a irrigation system.
Outdoor irrigation.
And is it
Can-
tied, because they can't issue them unless they're independent, so
Well,
then you can.
Amy, can I just add, you said there was some report that's
Who's that?
showing.
Yeah.
Showing who the big water
I mean,
users are.
Start there.
Let's
I
start
mean,
there.
the meters say what the meters
Mark,
say,
if you
don't they? I
could- If you
mean,
could forward that to Ashley, and she can get it to all the members of the board, so they can be looking at that, because it's telling.
If
I
they're
mean,
big users, it doesn't necessarily mean it's because of irrigation.
no, I get it,
Yeah.
but I think that gives you a place to start.
Yeah.
Can we also add to our ban the filling of swimming pools? I mean,
You'd have to revisit it.
I think that's kind of a no-brainer.
Well, when you fill a swimming pool to
Wasn't it
begin
on-
with, you have to get a water truck.
I don't remember what was
You do?
on it.
it's basically swimming pools are allowed.
Yes.
All
Yeah, I
right.
thought so too.
No matter what we do.
That's very hard to police. There's no way we can go around.
It's in the backyard,
See
yeah,
who's doing that. I mean,
exactly.
Their water bill will show it. Okay.
Water bill will show it.
staff are very busy already.
I feel like we've spun our wheels long enough and didn't really get anywhere, but No one
But,
has
but the good thing
answers.
is, we've made some progress tonight.
Yes, I think so.
Yes, all
Yes,
right,
we
good,
have.
thank you.
Thank you
for
very
that.
much.
I feel
Thank
better.
you, thank you, thank you.
Madam Chair, before you move on, I see
Yes.
that we were also meeting with the Board of Health on this as well. Is there anything that
No,
you want
you're
to hear
not.
from the Board of Health?
You're not. It was,
No?
it's not written that way. It was a follow-up from a meeting with the Board of Health. It was not a joint meeting.
Oh, all right,
Yeah.
okay.
Okay.
No, and I think we asked Lauren, and she,
Oh, fair.
you know,
Well, no, because I see Mike
but-
McHugh
oh.
still here, and I saw Bruce, there were a whole bunch of Board of Health people here earlier.
Gosh, I'm sorry, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a joint meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so
Water.
we're on to some water
Thank you.
abatements,
you.
which means thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
One of them.
okay.
Seems-
I move that the Select Board adjourn the meeting in order to meet as Water and Sewer Commissioners with the intent of reconvening as the Select Board afterward. Roll call vote.
Brian, aye. Oh,
Fernando,
you need
aye.
a second,
Oh.
right?
Second, first.
Second. Brian, aye.
Nando, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Amy, I, and Michael, I.
I'm not seconding.
This
This one's coming back next week.
All right.
Mark is up there to
Mark
walk
is
you
up
through.
there.
Mark, the Marani one is going to be on the 20th.
566 Bay Road. We're going to push it.
Okay.
Okay, well, is
He had to leave.
Is that the final?
Yeah.
And the applicant will be here next time.
Okay, so we have just the one, Elm
Two.
Street?
There's actually two.
There's two of them. The first,
Oh, right,
the first
Okay, do you
one's
wanna-
68 Elm Street.
yep.
When we changed the meter and got the final reading off that meter, somehow the meter reading went into the consumption. We charged them for everything on the meter, which is incorrect. They should have only been charged for 18,000 gallons. So we're asking for abatement of $7,102.12 plus the $25 late fee.
Oh, so they were billed for the entire number on the meter, rather than the increment?
Yep.
Oh, boy.
It went into the usage instead of the final reading.
So how does that happen?
I'm not sure if it was entered wrong or whether sometimes we have issues if we change the meter within a certain period of the reads. In general, we don't like to change meters a month before the reading because we tend to have these kind of errors.
But these errors are electrical errors. That they're not a clerical error. Somebody putting the number incorrectly. These are something wrong with the transponder
I believe it's the software.
software.
Do
That's
we
amazing.
also have to pay the medical bill of the person who got this and clutched their chest in shock?
Really.
All right.
All right.
Okay, so this one is for, which one are we doing right now?
1488.
68 Elm Street.
68 Elm.
Yep.
Can I get a motion?
We'll do them separately, sure. I move that we approve the abatement of account number 148868 Elm Street in the amount of $7,102. What is 12 and 25?
12 cents.
It's the
Oh,
25.
12 cents, but it's a $25 late fee. It is late.
It is very late. You get a pass. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just have a question. Did we catch this and do this on our own, or did we wait for the user or the homeowner to file an abatement application?
I believe our admin caught this one.
All right, good.
Great.
All right.
Excellent.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? The abatement for Marani,
Nope,
which,
we're going to skip that one.
right, at 566 Bay Road, we will defer to the next meeting, only because that applicant, or that party was here in attendance but could not stay.
That's correct.
Can't imagine why not.
The next one?
It's
277
277 St. George Street. And on some of our mod meters, we have a separate radio. We changed the radio on this one after we discovered that we weren't getting a reading from it. And it was a similar case where the software restarted the meter reading at 0. So it gave the total consumption of the whole meter instead of the actual usage. So the usage only should have been 2,000 gallons.
All right.
Okay.
Questions?
No.
Discussion? I'll take a motion.
I move that we approve the abatement for account number 1064277 St. George Street in the amount of $3,333.55 plus the $25 late fee.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye. Okay. I move that the Water and Sewer Commissioners, I move that the board adjourn their meeting as Water and Sewer Commissioners and reconvene as the Select Board.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Brian, aye.
Fernando, aye.
Cindy, aye.
Amy, aye.
Michael, aye.
Okay, next
Good
item is.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mark.
Thanks, Mark.
The
Hi,
end of
Mary.
year
You still awake,
transfers.
Mary?
Mary's at home.
Oh, Mary, I wish I was at home.
No, she's not at home. She's still in the office.
upstairs.
Oh, no.
Oops.
I'm sorry.
I was making a joke.
Can you sign this?
Thank you.
Hi, Mary. Can you walk us through
Hey there.
these?
Yep, can you see, am I displaying on the screen?
Yes, you are.
Okay, fantastic. You all should have received a copy of this with your agenda packet, which is our routine and customary end-of-year budget transfers. As we look to close out FY26, Mass General Law gives us the ability of moving funding from one department where there may have been a surplus for the fiscal year to other departments where there may have been a deficit. So what you'll see at the top of your screen are the funding sources where we have surpluses. And at the bottom of your screen, you'll see where the line items where there are deficits. The total amount is $188,333. I'll quickly go through where the surpluses are coming from. Sometimes folks like to understand why we have funds left over in our budget. In the facilities department, we had a mid-year retirement. Our HVAC technician retired earlier this year, and so there was a surplus in the salary line for the time that position was vacant. In the fire department, if you recall, when we funded the retro wages for the collective bargaining agreement back at town meeting, I had included additional funding, not knowing where our overtime was going to end up, and turns out that we had overfunded that line, so we are able to utilize that surplus elsewhere. Snow and ice, if you remember when we were at town meeting and we were applying free cash to our snow and ice deficit, I had indicated to you that I added a slight buffer just in case there was any event that had come subsequent to Storm Hernando. Thankfully, there was not, so there is a surplus in that overtime line. Veterans Benefits Department, as you know, we signed an IMA with the town of Kingston, but it took a little bit of time for that district to be approved by the state. And in the meantime, we had a cost savings because we were not paying the town of Kingston for the services that we intended to purchase. And town clerk has a surplus in their intermittent and seasonal line, which is the staffing line that they utilize for town meetings and for election workers. Listed below, you can see all of the various line items where we did have some issues with deficits in various departments, the largest of which was in the police department. We had 2 retirement payouts that we charged to the budget in lieu of using our compensated absences fund, and so that has caused a deficit in that particular department. The reason we chose to do that is we know that we have some additional separations that are coming up this year that will be charged to the compensated absences fund. Wanted to make sure that there was sufficient funding available for those to get us through until next town meeting. So when in any case where we can charge a given budget for a employee separation, we try to do that first before we utilize our reserves for compensated absences. There's various and sundry items listed down where we have our deficits. If there's any specific questions on any one of them, I'm happy to answer it, but I have included notes for describing each one.
Yeah, Mary, the next big one is DPW, the $47,000, and it's maybe, can you just explain that?
Sure, that was an error on my part. When we had our reduction in force positions, and I reduced the DPW department's budget for FY26, that position was actually split between the DPW department and the water enterprise. I removed the full amount from the DPW department, not just the portion that should have been charged there.
Okay,
so they had it separate this year.
All right, understood. Thank you.
You're forgiven.
Sure.
Yes, always forgiven.
Are you
Thanks.
more questions for Mary?
Nope.
No.
Take a motion.
I move Select Board approve the fiscal year 26 end-of-year transfers as presented.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions, unanimous.
Thank you very much. Amy, can I just get your signature on a copy of that?
We just did
Absolutely.
it. We just did it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Thank you, guys. Have a great night.
You
Will
too.
do.
Maybe morning.
Good morning. Oh, my gosh. Okay. We have the town manager's report.
I
which
hope you all had a nice 4th. It was great seeing you during the parade.
Thank you.
Thank you. It was great to see you. We have some committee appointments.
I'm sorry, was that it for your report?
Was it?
Could I just ask Randy, I understand it was mentioned a couple times tonight, a revamp of the town's website.
Yeah.
I think the select board would be interested in knowing a little bit more about that. We don't have to report on it tonight.
You
but it's
may
kind
know
of a-
more than I, because I know
think
you've
it's kind of a
had,
big deal.
you may know more than I, because I know you've had more conversations with Mike.
Not really, just that it's happening, but I don't know anything about the details, what it's going to look like.
I'll find out.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
No problem.
Thank you.
Happy to do it.
Okay, we have
Okay, we
an
have-
enormous amount of committee appointments, reappointments, and resignations. So
We do. I'm
thanks.
going to say that I would move to reappoint the committee appointments and reappointments as presented.
Second.
Any discussion?
Well, thank you all. There's a lot of people
Yes,
looking
there's a lot
to
of
stay on
people,
board.
and there's
Appreciate
a lot
it.
of things to sign here, and
Then there's some
we appreciate
appointments,
all our
and then there's some
volunteers.
resignations, so, okay, those are the reappointments.
So I have a motion and a second.
Yep.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions?
Then I move to appoint the following people. Nuclear Advisory Committee, Melissa Rosenblatt Brown. Old Colony Planning Council, Molly Del Grosso. The Halls Corner Working Group, Katina Gimetti. And the Council on Aging Board, Francis Duran as a member, Chuck Dillon as an alternate, and Ann Ward as an alternate.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I have one item, Madam Chair.
All those in favor?
Oh, sorry.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Okay.
Sorry about
Yes.
that. The following was given to us in your packet, and it was asked to be read into the record. Do you mind if I read it real quick for you?
Nope.
Jessica Klebanoff has resigned from the Open Space Committee, and Kathy Cross, the chair of the Open Space Committee, requested, if possible, to read the following. After careful consideration, Jessica Klebanoff has decided to step down from the Open Space Committee as the demands and activities of raising a young family continue to grow. While we are disappointed to see her leave, Jessica plans to remain involved in the committee as her time permits, and we hope she will continue to assist the committee on special projects and initiatives. Jess joined the Open Space Committee in 2023 and immediately became an active and valued contributor. Among her many contributions, she coordinated the Duxbury Rural and Historical Society and the Duxbury Free Library to organize a successful Earth Day Story Walk at Round Pond, providing an enjoyable and educational opportunity for residents of all ages to connect with nature. She was also instrumental in the committee's public outreach efforts during the update of the Open Space and Recreation Plan, helping to solicit community input through surveys and public meetings. In addition to her project work, Jess served as the committee's clerk. Her attention to detail and professionalism were evident in the timely preparation and submission of meeting minutes. And on behalf of the Open Space Committee, we want to thank Jess for her service and wish her and her family all the best. Sincerely, Kathy Cross. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Jessica.
Thank you.
Very well written.
Thank you, thank
Yes, it
you.
was.
So we've got a couple of event permits.
Gosh.
Don't we have to do the resignations?
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
resignations,
And I move to accept the following resignations. Elaine Filbert from the Sidewalk and Bike Path Committee, Stephen Marshall from the Sidewalk and Bike Path Committee, Jessica Klebanoff from the Open Space Committee, and Jen Whedon from the School Committee.
Second.
Never mind. Hang on.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? Next item is some event permits.
Oh, dear.
We have a Duxbury Beach Reservation movie at the beach, which is on for Tuesday, August 4th, 2026
Here.
at Duxbury Beach Park. Is anybody here to speak on
just
that?
move them.
In the middle of the night? No, they're not.
In the middle of the night, they'll be here at 1.
It's not
Just
Jaws.
put them together and move them,
Let's do it.
It would be the coolest, actually.
I move to, yeah, I have them right here.
Okay.
I move to approve the following event permits. The Duxbury Beach Reservations Movie at the Beach on Tuesday, August 4th, in Duxbury Beach Park, and the Duxbury Beach Reservations 2026 Dog Days on October 3rd, 2026, at the Resident Lot at Duxbury Beach.
Any discussion?
Second.
Oh, thank you. Well, I am getting tired. I have a second. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions?
Yep.
Okay, so we've got some one-day liquor or wine and malt licenses.
We do.
Did we do the dog days?
Made a, just move.
You did it
make a
together.
motion.
We did it
All right.
together.
Yeah, I move to approve, thank you. Approve the following one-day liquor or wine and malt license. An all-alcohol license for Brenda McGlathery for September 12th, 2026 at Duxbury Beach Reservation Beach Ball at the caterer's parking lot at the Duxbury Beach Park. The wine and malt to Danny Viafori, July 23rd, 2026, Duxbury Writers Society Open Mic Night at the King Caesar House Barn, and a wine and malt to Desiree Mobed, July 31st, 2026, the Alden Kindred of America, Alden House Historic Site.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? We have some minutes. We can either do them now or kick them,
Good to go for me.
okay?
You're good, yep.
What'd you say?
Minutes.
You're good to go.
Good for me.
Okay, great. I cannot vote on the first one, but I move to accept the open session minutes from June 1st, 2026.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed,
Abstain.
abstentions?
Now
Cindy
we can-
abstained.
I abstained. June 8th, we can all vote. I move to approve the open session minutes from June 8th, 2026.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And
And then on June 26th, neither Fernando nor Mike can vote on this, and I move to accept the open session minutes from June 26th, 2026.
Second.
discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Abstain.
Same.
We've also executive session minutes here.
Those are for the next time.
Oh, next time, okay, got it.
I just printed them out because
All right, thank you.
I gave one to Ashley, and she's going to put them on the
Excellent.
agenda for next time.
Excellent. Okay, so do we have any announcements?
I didn't see any.
I have an
Next
We're
meeting.
tired. We're very tired. That's the.
Wait, I know, I have an important,
Fernando's got something.
I've got an important
Next meeting's
announcement.
July
2 weeks from tonight.
20, is that the 20th already?
Our next
I-
meeting
I-
is July
Did you have
20th.
something?
I have an important announcement. Oh, I was,
Lost.
what, you stole my announcement. You stole my announcement. 4-1 loss.
So
Well,
we
that's all
served-
right. It was a good
served our
bid.
community.
July 20th, there we go.
Right.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
The
Okay,
next
any-
meeting of the Select Board is July 20th
I
at
move-
6:30 in this room.
Yep.
Okay, great.
I move to adjourn.
Ashley, move second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Ashley, can I come by, rather than having you wait for me to sign all these, can I come tomorrow morning and stamp them?